Yeah, yeah, yeah. Come on. Giggling. Giggling. Yeah. It's time for the giggling event. All right. A brave light protects the priestess in front of the entrance to the chamber of meditation. This is the entrance of the chamber, so having a statue of a priestess is to respect them. Come on! This is the entrance to the chamber of the night. All the priestesses in training need to grab the staff of the priestess from the statue of the priestess. Oops, forgot the staff. Hold it, the barrier won't let me in. Oops, I still need to get the staff. That's the staff of the priestess. Take out the staff of the priestess? Yeah, of course! Okay, I can get in now. What do you think? Come on, giggling. Isn't it a bit of a giggling? So now we make a new vow in the chamber of meditation. Come on, giggling. Autorrein. Come on! Giggling! Yeah! What was her name? Miss Oksana. You are finally here. We can now begin the trial. Begin our lesson. Stand in front of each statue in order to save its lesson. Come on, giggling, 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 giggling. Come on, come on, yeah, yeah, yeah. Boom, 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 yeah. Teachings. Let's not repeat words. Little Mariana. But Miss Oksana, I have done this a million times already. What is the point of doing this over and over again. Come on, giggling. Let me try this, okay, gigglings? Little gigglings? Come on, come on. Yeah, Anita's hello. We have so many things to do today. Okay, the theatric is working, come on. Let's go. Cheeky, cheeky, cheeky. Let me in, gigglers. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So finally here we can now begin our lesson. Stand in front of this statue in order to receive its teachings. But Miss Sexton, I have done this a million times already. What is the point of doing this over and over again? And now we are trapped in a time loop. We are trapped in a time loop forever, gigglings. Exciting? Tell me this is exciting. This is not exciting, then what is exciting, you know? Do you know what I mean? So I will be making this in the background, and in the foreground, we'll be reacting to many videos. Come on! You understand my feelings? Wait, wave. System boo. Come on! Giggling! So now we go to ptasie mleczko, our favorite thing in the world. Ptasie mleczko. Giggling! Okay. Let's go to the ptasie mleczko thing. Okay, we are on the ptasie mleczko. So now, from ptasie mleczko, we will go to...
Why is it that there's a big stream with
Chula Jack.
Down syndrome? Well, here's the thing. Apparently, people with Down syndrome have got higher sex. They got higher sex drives. So is it ethical?
What? Okay. Zanderhal. Let's start with the big punch. RPG time, Ottoprina, but also I changed the title. Let's make some more game and do politique. Come on. Politique. Content warning just in case because it involves short logic. Okay, let's go. It involves short logic. There you go. Short logic. And in a doggy glass. Come on. Oh, I have burned the challenging braid. So we all know the context. The segment, sort of segment starts now. Boom, 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 boom. The context is Chalagic has been on a reactionary streak for a year now or something, or even more. He has made a horrible video that we have covered. I am leaving the left. He has been making hit piece after hit piece against Xander Hall. And now here we are where we are. And I am reacting to a video called Why I Burned the Chalagic Bridge. Okay, there you go. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do this while in the background I'm going to continue making the game. So if you're not interested in Zanderhal explaining why he burned the bridge, then you might be interested in watching the game grow in the background, right? Hopefully. Boom.
All right, everybody. So today
Everybody!
we're going to be talking about a little bit of petty internet drama, but personally I think
Well said, petty internet drama. Let me make you a little bit quieter on my end. So.
that morally I'm obliged to talk about this, you know, because some bad people have been saying some bad things to good people that I like.
True.
And I'm not a big fan of that. I guess
True. Well said.
I'll give you guys a
Echo? What echo?
little bit of background
Who
here.
is echoing? Is Zanderhal echoing? I guess I'm gonna make... It should be okay now, right?
All right, everybody. So today we're going to be
Zanderhal is such a loud person. I think the microphone is picking up Zanderhal from my earphones, which is strange.
about a little bit
Yeah, that's why I like suspected. It's like Zanderhal is so loud that he booms in my earphones, so the microphone is picking Zanderhal up from my earphones.
bit of petty internet drama, but
Oh!
personally I think
Okay, now it's fixed. Let's go. Now it is fixed forever, okay? There you go. There will be no account anymore. Hopefully.
that morally I'm obliged to talk about this, you know, because some bad people
So we restart the segment once again. Chalajek, very bad person, did hit pieces against Underhal, Vaush, and most of all, a horrible, horrible thing against White Nervosa, okay? Very bad things. Has done a horrible, horrible video about leaving the left. And now we are here. Why I burned the bridge with Chod Lajek, you say. So let's go. Lajek bridge.
All right, everybody. So today we're going to
Alright.
be talking about a little bit of petty internet drama, but personally I think that morally I'm obliged to talk about this, you know, because some bad people have been saying some bad things to good people that I like. And I'm not a big fan of that. I guess I'll give you guys a little bit of background here.
Yeah,
How
give
many
us-
of you are familiar with a content creator by the name of Chud Logic?
Sadly, I am. Sadly.
I assume a lot of you
Lajek.
guys are aware of who this guy is.
Well, basically a walking, talking YouTube tabloid at this point. I wonder if Zanderhal will actually like characterize Chad Logic as such. From my perspective, like he's like a drama tabloid type of streamer. Look at those thumbnails.
You see, Chud Logic, for those of you guys who don't know, and I imagine you guys are going to be able to tell, like, what the... Maybe,
True.
like, what we're going to be talking about here in a minute.
True.
For those of you guys that don't know who Chud Logic
This is so pathetic that this is what Chad Logic has become known for, being the tabloid.
is, he started off as sort of a, I would actually say pretty funny, up-and-coming British politics streamer and, like, somewhat commentary streamer around a little after I think I started. And I remember watching his stuff and thinking he's actually pretty funny. And I like Chud Logic. I did. I liked Chud Logic a lot. I thought his stuff was cool. I thought he generally had pretty good...
Many people started out like this, thinking that about Chad Logic, you know? Oh, how the times have changed.
takes. I thought his Twitter takes were pretty good. I think we were friends. I'd say we were probably friends, or at least I thought we were friends.
Oh, no.
But then some things begin to change over time. You see, the first thing was just a little bit of what I was willing to attribute to just a little oopsie-doopsie, you see? Way back in like how long's it been now? Was it 2020? I think it was 2020. Back in 2020, a large content creator by the name of Thought Slime accused me of having a sex cult.
Okay.
I
remember that
promptly
as well.
followed up these accusations.
I remember that as well. See, I'm up to date with all the dramas. I keep tabs. I haven't been creating anything back then, but I know what's up. I'm on top of this. I'm giggling.
With a pretty strong debunking of all of them. So much so that to this day, the idea of me having a sex cult is sort of like a meme in the community. Like, it's literally like the Xander Hall sex cult is now a meme because of just how insane it was to just materialize that accusation, right? And Thought Slime, of course, never stepped off of this. Plenty of other lefty
Jesus, sex cult.
BreadTube creators jumped on board with it as well, and it was very clearly an attempt by a larger content creator to slander a much smaller content creator at the time and prevent me from like growing at the rate that I was going.
How big is Thought Slime anyway? Might as well check, right? How big is Thought Slime? How big is Thought Slime? Still much bigger content creator than you. Not at the time, still.
At the time. So, thankfully I was able to debunk those accusations, but there was somebody, or I should say a large group of people on Twitter who believed them and were pushing them.
This is so wild. This is so wild, pushing the whole sex cult thing, but
believed them. I think they
but this is not what the video is about, so
pushing them.
I'm not going to comment on that much.
And the person in question who became relevant to this story was somebody named Corvidae. Now, Corvidae made numerous tweets calling me ableist and a bunch of other accusations of transphobia and stuff like that, but
I'm hoping Chad Logic enters the picture at some point in this story. I'm really hoping.
The accusations of ableism and transphobia were like 10% of the tweets about me, while roughly 90% of them were all just claims that I had a sex cult and sexually abused my fans.
Oh my gosh.
So when Chad Logic came to me and asked if I wanted to have a debate about this with Corvidae on stream, I was like, Corvidae wants to debate about the completely false sex cult allegations they're supporting against me on stream.
Should you watch that debate?
Okay. All right, sure. So, I show up there, and the time comes, and Corvidae has a conversation with Chad Logic before this. And I want to clarify, for anybody who might have just joined, or maybe forgot that I said this, I do attribute this to an honest mistake on Chad Logic's part. Even to this day, I think this was an honest mistake on Chad Logic's part. But Corvidae tells Chad Logic, I really just don't feel comfortable with talking about this because I want to be respectful to the matter at hand and all that. Like, just some like weird explanation for why it would be disrespectful to discuss the literal slander against me that they'd leveraged at me.
What?
So the debate just ends up devolving into being nothing but like talking about me using the R slur for 2 hours because Chad Logic basically banned the topic of Corvidae accusing me of having a sex cult falsely during the debate that he was hosting. So I felt a little bit bitter after that, I will admit. But I was willing to, I was willing to, honest mistake, right? Honest mistake. He probably didn't really know what was up with the entire drama. And, honest mistake, right? Time passes and the whole ex-girlfriend drama happens where my ex stole from me and used my money to buy drugs. And among other things that were quite bad, that I created a whole video that breaks this all down with evidence.
But although some time passes? You mean a few years passes, not some time. Like that was like years apart, right? No? Weren't those events here like years apart or something? What do you think?
So you guys can go see that as well if you
Right?
look into it. Most of you guys are probably
No?
already aware of this
What?
because it was fairly recent.
Okay. Yeah, it was recent, exactly.
Shud Logic offers
Logic.
a platform for me to come on before I've finished making my full
Shud
response. 'Cause it was
Logic.
taking time
Okay.
to acknowledge the claims that were being made about me to the public in like on his platform, right? So I take the offer, right? Because at this point, I think me and Shud Logic are pretty chill, right? And then he spends the next 2 hours desperately trying to make me look bad. It was so bizarre. At one point, I talk about how she'd been arrested and put in jail because she had been found in possession of the drugs that I was saying she was addicted to, and I guess he disagreed. I guess he was incredulous towards my accusations. So I say, yeah, she's in jail right now because she was caught with the drugs. And he's like, well, don't you think it's kind of hypocritical of you as a
Exactly. Don't you feel it's kind of hypocritical of you?
reformist leftist to be okay with your ex-girlfriend being in jail right now, and yet you claim to be in favor of restorative justice?
Exactly. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you, Zanderhal? What's wrong with you? Exactly.
And he like would just keep doing
Exactly.
like weird gotchas like that,
Exactly.
trying to like get me on something. It was really bizarre. He like really clearly had changed over time, and his goal was very clearly like getting the most clicks and hype off of this as possible. He wanted to take like a contrarian position that would get him a lot of views, right? Unfortunately, he wasn't able to get that. Is Chud Logic a woke scold? No. He is not a woke scold, as I will go on to explain.
He is not a woke scold. He's more like a person that is up and upcoming right winger, basically.
You see, Chud Logic's editor and thumbnail maker, the guy who's like making his content for YouTube and like clipping his stream content, is a pretty far-right conservative.
Yeah.
Many people have told me he's like a full-on Nazi, and frankly, based on...
Yeah, he is. I'm not even gonna say I think. He is. Like, look at those messages. Look at that, especially in that whole horrible message, like tweet sent to White Nervosa.
His
right?
behavior, I believe it. And I want to let all of you guys know, I'm going to preface this to all of you. Chud Logic is very, very aware of his editor's behavior.
Of course.
And has outright said he does not
care, right? He said he doesn't care
how much of a piece of shit
True.
his editor is.
True.
What his editor does, he's not firing him. He's keeping his editor. That he doesn't care, right? So I just want to preface that, right? So because I wasn't able to provide Chud Logic, I guess, with like a scathing outing of I guess, some reality in which I'm the bad guy in that whole situation,
True.
he decided to manufacture the narrative.
Exactly. By providing a single text from Vosh's chat, as we have seen in the whole video about leaving the left. I guess that was literally all that he needed to insert Zanderhal into the video, and onto the thumbnail, of course. Of course.
And since that point, he's been making pretty incessant hate videos on me since. So the first one was this one, where he made this video. Zanderhal lied. Zanderhal's weak allegations response.
True, I remember that.
Vindicated.
Vindicate? What the hell?
No evidence? Debunked? And then, like, the soy image of me. I think you can imagine what the message is supposed to be from here. And if it was just this, I'd be like, huh, well, what a piece of shit. But I guess it's just once, right? But he's kind of been doing it continuously.
Yeah, he's been on us, like...
Scumbag lefties cancel campaign versus Shoonhead.
Exactly.
Lie endlessly. Meanwhile, Shoonhead has her fans, like, brigading me and Demon Mama, calling us pedophiles and sending death threats. And then another one. She's QAnon level. Lefties flip on Shu. Blame her for everything. Zanderhal L in parentheses. The desperate grabs to try to make me look bad out of every single one of these situations.
Yeah, it is all pretty Zanderhal. Like, I think the whole leaving the lefties was the most desperate thing. It was the most desperate Zanderhal insert of them all, based on a single message from a chat. That one was like the worst of them.
And the ironic thing is, I have gone down as being the one who was right in all of these. In all of these situations, everybody who isn't as retarded as Chud Logic agrees I did not miss here. So this just makes him look bad. He's just got like this backlog of videos shitting on me for the most uncontrovertibly correct things I've done. I think it's definitely not the best look. Regardless, though, that on its own is mostly just annoying and pathetic, right? You know, like just making weird clickbait videos filled with lies and
True! But, yeah, well, I mean the best, and by that I mean the worst is yet to come.
Presentation of other content creators to try to get more views. You know, pretty scummy behavior. On its own, it's really not like the end of the
Scummy behavior, but pretty, like, I don't know, pretty standard for Chud Logic at this point. This has become a standard for Chud Logic.
world. Does Chud does like you? I don't think he does. No. Well, maybe he does, but he just kind of, it's all business to him. Like, he just kind of fucks with everybody.
That's,
in that case,
that's a lie. Chud Logic does not like Xander Hall. We've all seen the video yesterday.
just like, why would I
Like, you really, like, no. It's not just business. He hates Xander Hall now for some reason.
want to be associated with somebody who does that, you know?
Yeah.
Regardless, what actually kind of
True.
set me off wasn't any of the videos or the thumbnails, because I'm very used to having a lot of hate content made about me. It's nothing new. It was the way that this Nazi editor of Chud Logic's, DK Editing, aka Drift King Edits, was talking about a good friend of mine, White Nervosa. For those of you guys that don't know, White
Yeah.
Nervosa is the person responsible for making my website, xanderhall.com/live, as well.
And like, let's keep in mind also that we have the context for all this. Chud Logic actually presented itself, and he was trying to make himself look good when he presented the context, and he still managed to make himself look horrible. Chud Logic managed to make himself look horrible while he was trying to make himself look good. Zan isn't as much into the rabbit hole as us. True. Like, we could also talk about the whole Romani people thing. Yeah, we could.
As well as Vash's website, as well as Kanye's website, as well as like a dozen other content creators' websites.
Yeah, actually, I'm in contact, and I'm like, sooner or later, I too will have my website. It's true. Lucy will have a website. Can you believe this?
White Nervosa really is responsible for a lot of what is possible here, and they don't get enough credit. They don't get enough credit and not enough praise from here. DK...
Okay, so White Nervosa's, like, officially they, them, right?
ended up tweeting this thread about White Nervosa that just came off deranged as fuck. And it
To
came
say
up
the least. Oh no, this is not the range. This is... Calling this the range is putting it lightly, okay? This is horrible, abhorrent.
White Nervosa, I know you'll see this. You will never get your life back together. You will exist in perpetual state of self-loathing and imposter syndrome for the rest of your miserable life. Your entire career is based off stolen code. Your social circle is just as fragile.
By the way, the stolen code that they're referring to
Jesus Christ. Like, this is, like, honestly, calling this the range is putting it lightly, to be honest.
here is publicly available open source code
If
on
somebody sent me this sort of message that I'm like, I would be afraid that they would like turn up at my house with a baseball bat or something.
GitHub, which is GitHub is literally like every coder's best friend because it's where everybody uploads their open source code for other.
Are you serious? For real? Wait. Was that really GitHub? Is that really what happened? It was just a piece of code uploaded to GitHub for anyone to grab. Are you for real? Stolen code. What? Oh no. Really? GitHub? Like the biggest place for sharing code ever and for feedback for code. My gosh. My sister introduced me to GitHub. I have actually uploaded a few lines of code into GitHub already. There is my code in GitHub, on GitHub, you know? My code exists on GitHub. This is ridiculous. My calculator in the making is somewhere around there in GitHub. This is so funny.
Voters to use. So like that's the point.
This is so funny. What? I didn't know it was on GitHub.
All of your friends and allies will
Eventually turn on you.
My
A new,
God.
better community will build newer, better websites for streamers.
I don't know what this is supposed to be. Like, I guess this is supposed to be like, oh, you're going to become irrelevant one day. Like, really trying to, like, hit some imagined...
This is really sad considering that if why will like White Nervosa's like claim to fame is not in the code. White Nervosa's claim to fame is basically being like the organizer of it all, right? Doing on the organizing side of things. Like, if a new better code comes up on GitHub, then White Nervosa can just grab the new code and use that and still be the organizer. I'm not sure what's like, okay. Now you'll go like a nice story, okay? Nice story.
insecurity that White Nervosa has. I assure you, White Nervosa does not have an insecurity about like job security here. At least not with me. White Nervosa is my friend. I don't plan to ever have anybody but White Nervosa making my website stuff unless it's absolutely necessary.
That hopeless and guilty feeling you have deep down will never go away. It will gnaw you every waking moment, just like it always has. The mistakes of your past will never leave you.
So, like, Vosh is like the main sponsor of it all, right? Or something. That's what I've heard.
The only solution is God.
Yeah, this guy's like a tradcath type, by the way.
He is out there somewhere, at the bottom of a 4-story drop, in the back room of a gun range, at the end of a prescription bottle. Go find him.
So yeah, he finishes it off with telling White Nervosa to commit suicide. As you can imagine, I pretty quickly followed up with a Uno reverse card move. Chud Logic's Nazi editor writing anime villain monologues about how he wants my friend to commit suicide. I have a feeling he's projecting this suicide thing, so my message to him is he should stop procrastinating.
Damn.
Yeah, Uno reverse card. With that said,
Damn. That's like, that's wild. That is so wild. I'm not sure that that's, I mean, okay.
absolutely set him the fuck off. Oh my god, did he lose his mind over that?
Damn. I didn't know about this response. Chud Logic did not fill us in on this. Chud Logic only showed us like Xander Hall living in the shadow of Rosh by being procrastinate. To procrastinate means to put something off. Is you procrastinate when you tell yourself, I need to wash my dishes. Oh, but I'll just do it tomorrow, right? Instead of today. Procrastinate. Put it off for later, right? Or like, I should do my homework. Oh, I'll do it later. Right? So basically, oh, someone's calling me. I'm sorry. Okay. Jesus. The only context we had from Chud Logic was like basically the whole, oh, Xanderhal is living in Vosh's shadow.
He then proceeds to like quote tweet me with like, "I'll do it if you do it, though I doubt you could accomplish even suicide without your meth addict ex-GF there to mother you through it. Unfortunately, she's probably too busy blowing her dealer behind your back to help anyway."
What the hell? Chad Logic did not fill us in on that lore. What? Oh, you have to click on top chat in the top corner and click to live chat. I think. Yeah, I do. I am working on it actually. I am in contact with White Nervosa. I'm actually in line to get a website, believe it or not. You know? I am in line to get one. So yeah, Chad Logic did not fill us in on that lore. Ah, yeah. Be careful. YouTube does that. You write a message, then an emoji, and YouTube just deletes your message. That happens to me as well. Yeah, YouTube does that. Be careful about that. YouTube does that to me as well. Okay. So yeah. So you have to send the message and then the emoji separately. Damn. Wow. Like I thought we would like not learn anything new, but Chad Logic really conveniently avoided all of this. Like Chad Logic conveniently left us out of the loop about this lore. Okay, I guess.
This is really good trash talking, I'll admit. I don't know how well it holds up when, like, the entire reason he doesn't like me is based on the assumption that I'm some kind of lying piece of shit, which started with his claims that I was lying about my ex. Yeah, so basically, it's him admitting that he was lying, and he knows that. And people just proceed to dunk on him a little bit, more dunking on him. People dunk on him for a little bit.
I mean, who wouldn't? Who doesn't like to dunk on DK? Like, so pathetic. Such a pathetic person.
Mindwaves, who you may know for his tendency to find random women talking about their...
Have a nice dinner, Giggler, come on! We're making a game here.
Stories of being raped on the internet and then like quote tweeting them, shitting on them for, I guess, quote unquote, not protecting themselves from rape better. Yeah, that is unironically what he's known for. He does like he plays defense for Chad Logic. Like,
imagine crying over a thumbnail. Imagine being a content creator and being in any way upset by the fact that another content creator is lying about you for views.
What the hell? But the worst part is that Chad Logic is like, yeah, right on, mate. That's true. Imagine being so fragile. It's the name of the game. It's how YouTube is run, mates. This is how YouTube works. I just playing the game. In it.
Couldn't be me.
And they do a little bit of not virtue signaling. They do a little bit of concern trolling about how me saying no you to this guy telling my friend to kill themselves is actually hypocritical, which is definitely conservative logic, that's for sure. And then we finish it off finally with, I have to say, possibly the best interaction of all of it. I would lie to God himself if it meant one more view. Someone else replies, this is minor-like behavior. And then DK replies, if anyone knows about minors, it's Xanderhal, the literal groomer. So
what? Where did that come from?
He finishes it off with calling me a pedophile. He got so mad that I called him out for the, like, thumbnails where he's, like, clickbaiting, calling me a liar, or, like, just lying about me to get views. He got so mad about it. He finishes it off with calling me a pedophile because I called him out. How fragile do you have to be to go to pedophile?
How did you... Why groomer? Why about Xander? What?
For someone calling you out for your cringy clickbait thumbnails where you lie about them. And this guy edits for Chud. Yes, this is Chud Logic's editor and thumbnail maker and, like, content manager. This is Chud Logic's main guy. Like,
White
you know how I
groomer.
have Cherry to do like my stuff. This is Chud Logic's Cherry, pretty much, and we're popping Chud Logic's Cherry.
What the?
It actually goes back
Come
even
on.
further than that. The absolute derangement
Oh
and
my
psychopathy of this narcissistic piece of shit. Here's him telling White Nervosa to kill themselves, like earlier, because they've been doing it like a few times today. It wasn't just like one tweet. It was like it was like a number of tweets where he's just been continuously saying like, kill yourself, kill yourself, kill yourself, because he's very creative. We've got another one here. Here we have him quote tweeting AU Skipper saying, "Gay retards like this are why the leftoids get away with this shit. Quote unquote annoying woke school. They're
What?
trying to get me fired, remove my income, destroy my ability to provide for my family. If it's me losing my income or them reincarnating, I choose the latter every time." This guy.
I mean, if you're gonna be a Nazi, then I guess brace yourself for the possibility that you might lose your job. I think that's fair, right? If you're a Nazi, then you might want to brace yourself for the possibility that you might get fired. I don't think it's a ridiculous thing to happen. You know every LGBT ally is a groomer to Nazis, true. True.
Guy's like a piece of shit Nazi who uses lies about other content creators for clicks and views, and he's like, "Why do they want me fired?
True.
So upset about me having a job. They should all die. I hope they fucking kill themselves. I hope they
What? I mean, true. Oh my gosh, Zanderhal. Zanderhal is telling all the facts.
all fucking die."
What a fucking pussy, dude. What a little fragile.
I don't think DK is British. DK is American, I think, right?
little fuck man. Little fuck boy. He gets pretty mad. He's a pretty mad boy. Dude's pretty deranged. Chud Logic's talked about the fact that he doesn't really give a shit about what he does or says or any of his vile behavior.
Right.
I guess I kind of do. I think that most people who are decent human beings probably do. Also, it's bizarre to me that, like, they're going after my appearance in the videos and the thumbnails when Chud Logic literally looks like the quartering.
He does! He does, like the British quartering.
This dude's literally making thumbnails, making fun of my appearance, when he looks like
The
British
British quartering.
the quartering.
British quartering, am I right, mates? Am I right? I mean, even their modus operandi is becoming the same. They are also becoming the same when it comes to content.
That's Chud. Yeah, he hid behind a behind like a little painting of like a I guess like a Victorian era British aristocrat for a while, and he showed his face before TwitchCon because he was going there and he had to do a face reveal. So yeah, now we know what he looks like. He looks like the quartering's British cousin.
Oh no. Oh no. Mates.
Very strong resemblance to the
Mates.
quartering. Listen, I don't normally go after people's appearances, but like every thumbnail that this guy has made shitting on me has been going after my appearance. So like,
true.
I'm sorry. You can't throw bricks from glass houses that fragile and not expect me to literally just give it a good little nudge and make that house shatter. You know, it's like, it's too easy. It's too tempting, okay? I'm weak to the allure of making fun of this guy's absolutely like stereotypical neckbeard internet loser appearance. Anyway, I just wanted to give you guys a little bit of an insight into this drama and why certain content creators are repugnant people who will do whatever it takes and lie about whoever they want to if it means getting the extra clicks and fulfilling some hate boner they have for other people online.
What can
With
I
that
say?
said, if you enjoyed this
except
segment,
it's
please
true.
consider dropping a like. It really helps the channel, my videos, and whatnot a lot.
It's
You can
true.
also subscribe and ring the bell icon and comment down below if you want to see more from me, as well as following my social media link down below if you want to see more from me on other platforms that
Do you
aren't
want
the
to see more from me?
one you're watching on now. And of course, don't forget, if you want to support me financially, you can always do so on my website, xanderhall.com/live,
Support
by
me
either donating,
financially.
subscribing, or gifting a sub, by either hitting the button
Support me,
there on the
gigglers.
top
Come on.
left, or
time.
by supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, StreamElements,
time
and
to
Patreon.
support me.
With all that said, I really appreciate every bit of support. Thank you guys so much for watching, and have a good one.
Yeah, have a good one, giggler. Have a good one, giggler. Come on. I'm gonna sneeze. Okay. So now we're gonna get a video. We have a few videos to go through today, right? So we're gonna do it. Are you happy? Are you happy about the videos? So we're gonna go into another important political video, okay, that I've been meaning to do for a while. Okay? You understand me? My feelings? Okay. Let's do a little bit of a meme before we continue, okay? Let's go. Final Fantasy Tactics meme. Only here from Luciaza. There you go. The meme video. Hee. Shoot! Yeah! My gosh. There you go. There you go.
$900 dues.
And now we go to the important segment. The problem with Aeris and Zack. Final Fantasy VII video. Because I actually agree with this person a lot. There you go. Orion.
It's interesting.
Okay, an analysis of what I knew all along, but people cannot accept, okay? So I'm gonna make another rant video, another important politics video for your pleasure, okay? Another one of those. My second most important video. Ready?
Interesting how as the world of it's interesting how as the world of Final Fantasy VII has expanded through its various entries, the relationship between Aerith and Zack has moved closer to center stage.
True.
Today, in the context of the FF7 compilation and remake, it's hard to imagine that in the original game, their relationship was almost haunting by virtue of its absence. Aerith spoke briefly of her ex-boyfriend, a soldier who had died some time ago, a soldier just like Cloud. There's something unspoken in the echoes of that fateful encounter between Aerith and Cloud. She's drawn to him, and on a conscious level, we understand that this is a character dealing with grief, and she finds some comfort in being around Cloud, who, of course, in some small or great way, reminds her of her lost boyfriend. Zack remains a mystery for much of the game, unless you stumble upon the basement of Nibelheim Mansion and learn how he lived, for just a few moments in time. A glimpse of the man who inspired Cloud, a glimpse of the lost soul who Aerith loved, his painful death, and then gone.
See, he just died unceremoniously, without any big, without any big speeches or fanfare, It was abrupt, sudden, and that made it very impactful.
A ghost,
in my opinion,
a shadow.
anyway.
And by the time you see this echo of the past, if you even stumble upon it, consider that Aerith has also passed on. Given all that, I understand why people are interested in Aerith and Zack, but what I don't understand is the deep obsession for seeing them together on screen. Through the FF7 compilation and remake, Square Enix seemed determined to bring the characters together. In particular, Remake seems poised to make their romance and reunion a pivotal plot element.
Okay, phone again. I like how casual the death was, and that made the impact. Yeah, and then they released Crisis Core or something, or whatever that the game's name is. And in that game, Zack didn't just die; he fell down, summoned Cloud, gave Cloud a whole speech, how Cloud must be brave, how everything will be okay, how it's all about love, and how you must be like the Cloud is his successor in spirit, and that everything is going to be great, and how justice will win. Like, this is a rather really, really strange aspect of it, that Zack is made to be this, like, in all the compilations, Zack is to be mainly this saintly, great hero type character, when or at the same time he's working for a horrible corporation that is destroying the planet. Like this nice hero working for this horrid corporation. Like, how does that work? How is that supposed to work? That the saintliest of all saint heroes is working for the most horrible of corporations that exists. And he just doesn't notice any of it. Give me a break.
But it comes at the expense of the story. If there was one relationship that was meant to take center stage in the original game, it was Cloud and Tifa. Aerith and Zack's lost relationship serves to enhance the life that Cloud and Tifa share, and the possibility of future, of companionship, of living. Two childhood friends reunited, surviving through trauma. But the desire to reunite Aerith and Zack ties into this obsession with characters over story, something which I've noticed more and more on social media as the years have gone on. Out of all the Final Fantasy games, it's a problem that seems strongest in FF7, as it's become a series in itself.
Exactly, Final Fantasy VII has become a series in itself, which is a big mistake.
A huge network of fans, who are a mix of both old and new. Plus, of course, there's a rich and diverse cast list in the game, probably the best in the FF series. Looking online, conversations around characters involve wanting the very best, picturesque outcome for them. It doesn't matter if that ending is earned through the story or feels satisfying in the grand context of the plot.
True, it doesn't matter.
It's almost like some fans have tuned into a real-life documentary just because they're invested in one person, and the story, the things that are happening to them, is the villain, out to make their hero's life more difficult. The obsession with keeping Aerith alive this time, or the thrill of getting the chance to save her, has huge fan support. Something which I find interesting, because her shock death and absence throughout the rest of the original game was one of the ingredients that made FF7 so iconic, and helped propel the narrative into a storytelling and emotional stratosphere that had not been explored to that extent in video games, at least not to such a high standard. To undermine what makes FF7 what it is something I struggle to understand. All for the reason of saving a character who you enjoyed. I wouldn't go back and change the original Star Wars to save Ben Kenobi, just because I thought he was a cool character. His death had meaning, it shaped the storytelling structure. While the cries for Aerith's survival ring out loud across the fan zone, Zack's shock return to the FF7 universe has been welcomed and praised by many. I get how people fall in love with characters, and their wishes and desires come from a warm place, but it always comes at a cost. And time again, we've seen that listening to fans can create problems. It makes media too self-aware. It's the writer's faults fundamentally. Whether by fan pressure or just a lack of inspiration, writers tend to try to answer questions of their own work that are best left unanswered. Remember when fans were disappointed with the TV show Lost? That's because the answers served up by the writers were rarely as interesting as the questions.
True.
And Square Enix's answer to what were Aerith and Zack like as a couple leads us down a vapid road.
Exactly, because that was not the point of the themes. Exactly, it's just an empty nothing. It's exactly like what I said, that the compilation is basically a lot of empty stuff about nothing.
Questions like, how did Aerith and Zack meet? Well, Crisis Core had the answer. Zack falls from the Midgar plate and crashes through a church roof, landing on a certain flower bed. Is that what constitutes good writing at Square Enix? So they're telling us that Cloud later meets Aerith in the exact same way, crashing through the exact same rooftop.
It's like poetry, so if they rhyme.
Yeah. I didn't know about that. That's so crap. Oh my gosh, really? Oh no. And people praise this game, people praise Crisis Core as something really great. Oh.
Every stanza kind of rhymes with the last one.
Ay, 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 ay. Oh no.
Hopefully it'll work.
Hopefully
Bad
it'll
poetry,
work.
maybe. Lazy writing. Who sits down and thinks, let's just have them meet the exact same way? People will think it's a cool nod to the original game. You know what would have been cooler? Literally anything else. How about Square Enix's answer to, what is Zack like around his girlfriend? Because that's apparently something fans want to know for some reason. And the answer is...
It's been a while, huh? Long time no see. How you been?
Okay, so the most cliche thing basically. You've seen this scene in 100 films, 100 TV shows. What about this is in any way interesting? What does this tell us about Zack? We get
nothing. That is just a cliche character.
it. He really likes Aerith. He cares about making an impression. But there's a million more unique ways of showing that. So what we're getting here is nothing of quality. Nothing that you could hold up as even coming close to the standards of the original FF7. And all this is why I say never listen to what fans are saying when it comes to...
True! Like, what the heck? What the heck? Why? Why is this happening to us, gigglers? We deserve better.
plotting your story. And what else is this but blatant fan service? Do you honestly think Aerith and Zack's move closer towards center stage would have evolved naturally if not for the never-ending support this power couple enjoy among fan communities? Well, you know why Aerith and Zack are held in such high regard in the first place? Because the original game did such a great job of making you feel the absence, the echo of a love lost. How is it possible that their relationship worked better in the original game with zero screen time? Think about that. So yeah, don't listen to your fans. Don't let them dictate your plot. And yes, I do see the irony in what I'm saying, given Square Enix didn't listen to the majority of the FF fanbase and create a near one-to-one remake. And of course I've complained about that fact at length, but the point is, don't listen to your fans if you can create something better. The trick is to give them something they didn't know they wanted, and unfortunately, I do not want remake. But I get that Aerith is a princess to many, and Zack her prince, and if remake has any goal in mind, it's bringing them together, and believe me, it will stop at nothing to realise that fan want. Keep Zack in the ground. His memory, his echo through Cloud, spoke 1,000 times.
See? This was so much more powerful. You know, we have to talk about this scene. Zack just abruptly gets killed. Cloud finds his sword, right?
Louder. But we are where we are.
And just does this screaming motion, you know? Like, it adds weight, because in Crisis Core, Zack gives Cloud this whole speech that everything's fine, that everything's okay. And in the original game, Zack just gets killed. And he gets killed because he looks after Cloud. So it adds a big sort of sense of guilt to the whole thing, right?
This is the era of leaving no stone unturned, even the ones that didn't need moving in the first place.
Exactly. So we went through this video, but we still got more nice things, okay? I still have nice content for you. Because, yeah.
And then try to navigate.
Oh my gosh, it's Steven. It's Steven, everybody! We don't need Steven for now. It's okay. It's okay, gigglers. Oh. Maybe this? No, let's watch some Gene Sterling. We're doing video games, so it's best to do something video game related, right? There we go. Gigglers, there we go. Here we go.
Ecto goggles down. It's Marshmallow Man. Ecto Wubber ready. You're gonna blast the charge.
Oh, it's working.
Hello everyone, it's James Stephanie Sterling, easily bagged with a bottle of Coke and some positive attention.
We ain't getting up.
This week we're going to be
What
talking
the-
about something not strictly video game related, but
Okay.
certainly game related. Yes, I'm sure many of you will know what we're talking about because many of you told me to talk about it. We will be touching upon a controversy surrounding Dungeons and Dragons, which I'm actually quite excited to talk about because it finally gives me an excuse to show off something D&D related that I've just been itching to share with you.
Alright. Alright. Is this really D&D related?
That was it.
I mean, that's really cool.
That was it. Also,
Whoa.
and
Oh.
probably should have made that one the first. It's quite underwhelming after the rest of it.
It's true.
By the way, the ironic veneration of Zilla will continue.
That's a lot of fish.
So, from these double Ds to another double D, Dungeons and Dragons, they're bigger than double D. While not strictly video game related,
How big are
since I'm
they?
thoroughly inundated by requests to tackle this topic, I'm not entirely sure I can so much as get away with touching something else. That's fine though, because as I've emphasised throughout my work, corporate malice doesn't happen in a bubble. It's all part of the same rotten system, and the profit-driven hostility we see from game publishers is evident through the whole economic wasteland we're all forced to call home. So let's talk about
You're
Wizards
forced
of the
to go?
Coast and Hasbro,
no.
purveyors of Transformers, Ghostbusters, and this accursed thing. These are long-running These are long-running companies are the proud owners of Dungeons and Dragons, the most famous and recognised tabletop role-playing game of them all. Considering we're almost all miserable, pathetic, goblin-esque nerds, I'm pretty sure I don't need to explain what D&D is to any of you. If I do, well, let's just say it's that silly little game the kids from Stranger Things play, okay? Now, D&D has, for a long time, operated on a rather terrific open license system that has allowed for a ton of third-party and personal creativity to stem from the framework of its gameplay system and world-building ideas. Since the year 2000, Dungeons & Dragons' Open Game License Agreement, or OGL, has allowed people to create their own games and intellectual property using D&D as a basis. The OGL has been a creatively fruitful thing and thoroughly healthy for the tabletop gaming market. It's allowed countless products to flourish and for whole new worlds to be created, all while Dungeons & Dragons itself has remained atop the pile, perfectly unthreatened and capable of making money. So of course corporate interests decided they'd like to fuck that the fuck up because the capitalists running the show are too ravenous in their money making to dare let a thing go unspoiled.
Need to grow.
Sure, D&D makes money, but
Not
Hasbro
enough.
and Wizards of the Coast tried to prove the old mantra I've repeated for years.
Try to make all the
Corporations
money.
don't want some money. They want all of the money.
True.
All of it. All the time. In every conceivable way. Now all that said, Hasbro's share prices have been dropping. That's rattled the investors, and so Hasbro is doing what all corporations do, passing the impact of their fuck-ups to everyone else. So it
True.
is that a leaked
Who got
document
fired?
threatened to upend the table of tabletop, revealing plans by Hasbro and Wizards to finally tighten their grasp on stuff created via the Open Game license and demand money off the lot of it, and go full landlord.
Wow.
Like a bunch of fucking dickheads. Gizmodo
Wait,
got
why
its
not?
hands on Wizard.
Dear tenant, you are hereby required to vacate. Failure to vacate will result in legal proceeding, attorney fees, and court costs and penalty damages. Damn.
Like a bunch of fucking dickheads.
Damn.
Gizmodo got its hands on Wizard's proposed update to the 22-year-old open game license, OGL 1.1, a dramatically more restrictive version that would have significant ramifications for commercial products created under the OGL. Some of it's well-intentioned, such as having clear guidelines against producing bigoted content, but some of it is just straight-up corporate dictatorship and is designed to not just control, but outright kill a number of items previously allowed.
Right.
For example, OGL 1.1 explicitly only applies to printed media and static files, gamebooks and the like, abruptly shutting out things like apps, videos, video games, virtual tabletops, songs, novels and comics, and pantomimes. Yeah, they specified pantomimes.
Why?
Free content
Why?
like commercial fan content is largely okay, at least until further notice, though Wizards would want to monitor all of it. Commercial stuff, which would especially affect big industry names like Paizo and Green Ronin Publishing, would be massively more restricted under OGL 1.1. Naturally, predictably, miserably, this is especially true when it comes to money. Under the new proposition, there's a three-pronged revenue tier system. Any creator that makes over $750,000 in a year would be considered expert tier and is liable to hand over 20 to 25% of revenue across all products made under the license. Wizards of the Coast has attempted to mitigate controversy by estimating that less than 20 companies will be impacted by this, doing what many corporations
This is what
do,
StarCraft
claiming
did.
it's okay to do something shitty if it's only being done to a few. This all applies to crowdfunding too, though interestingly Wizards indicates a specific bias for Kickstarter. Expert tier Kickstarted projects are on the hook for 20%, while all other crowdfunded projects get the full 25%. Kickstarter...
This is so bizarre. Like, it's basically like Blizzard did with its Warcraft 3 Reforged thing, when they said that anything made in their map creator belongs to Blizzard. This is horrible.
As John Ritter, not that one, said there was no special deal in place, just that Kickstarter advocated for creators when it was made aware of the OGL change proposals. Overall, OGL 1.1 is designed to give Hasbro and Wizards total control. Every product will have to be reported. Everything gets to exist at Wizards' explicit approval, and the type of product covered is massively narrowed down. Even more contentiously, and by far the point that has infuriated the community most, is Hasbro and Wizards granting themselves the right to use anything created under the OGL without permission and without having to pay the creator.
See, this is this is literally what StarCraft did. Like, this is what Blizzard did with Warcraft 3 Reforged. Point for point. Will anyone point this out?
To one thin dime. According to the document, creators will grant Wizards non-exclusive, perpetual, irrevocable, worldwide, sub-licensable, royalty-free license to use that content for any purpose. Yikes! Almost as big a yikes as this thing. This is all sadly unsurprising. In fact, it's only shocking it took this long for a Hasbro subsidiary to want to start tightening the reins to such a degree. The OGL has always been generous in relation to the way companies otherwise jealously, litigiously, and spitefully guard their intellectual property. And the more pro-corpo folks out there may say the take-back is long overdue, but it's a sobering reminder that no corporation is your friend, and that eventually they'll always want their cut. They don't believe in free rides. Well, they don't believe in free rides for anyone other than themselves, and they only exist to do one thing: profit at the expense of everything and everyone else. The reveal of OGL 1.1 has caused significant backlash, as one might expect. Enthusiast and mainstream press alike have covered the situation, with Wizards coming off very badly in the process. After letting the OGL stand for over 2 decades, the sudden seizure of control feels like downright entrapment, luring countless creators to feel secure in their creation before the rug was pulled out from under them.
So I overheard this bit of the story while Phoenix was watching TikTok. But apparently, in response to the controversy, a lot of subscribers to Wizards D&D Beyond app or service or whatever it is, I'm not a fucking
Unsubscribed.
nerd like you freaks. A lot of subscribers. I say that while holding this. Fucking 1998 Godzilla with a fucking electric iron handle. Yes, a lot of people were unsubscribing from
Iron handle?
Dungeons and Dragons Beyond in response to this, and apparently Wizards started hiding the page or making it inaccessible, the unsubscribed page, so people couldn't do it.
Wait, what? They hid the unsubscribe button? What? I'm sorry, what?
And they started doing it from like Google Play or whatever, and then the method of doing that suddenly went.
What the hell?
So that's just another bit of fun, a little extra bit of gasoline to sprinkle on the fire.
They disabled the ability to unsubscribe?
We're here.
Is that even legal?
You're all nerds.
An open letter criticising the proposed license generated over 66,000 signatures in a matter of days, and fans around the world have expressed disgust and anger at what they feel is a massive overstep. Wizards kept quiet for a while and refused comment, but eventually came out with a response, claiming the license was just a draft before walking back a ton of it. In addition to language allowing us to address discriminatory and hateful conduct and clarifying what types of products the OGL covers, our drafts included royalty language designed to apply to large corporations attempting to use OGL content, stated Wizards. It was never our intent to impact the vast majority of the community.
Is that so?
However, it's clear from the reaction that we would have won. Oh well. Wizards said the new OGL will maintain the commitment to inclusivity and added, what it will not contain is any royalty structure. It also will not include the license-back provision that some people were afraid was a means for us to steal work. That thought never crossed our minds.
Is that
Under
so?
the new OGL, you will own the content you create. We won't. Now that's good. Clearly that's good. Wizards was caught trying to play dictator and got slapped hard enough to walk, if not everything, a fair bit of it back. Hopefully, with the open communication, Whatka promises going forward, an updated OGL can be made that doesn't completely fuck everyone over. But even if that happens, even if this was just a draft, hell, even if it had been nothing but daydreaming chit-chat between executives, it's worth remembering, always, that this was talked about. This was a proposal. This was something those in charge thought would be a good idea. A walkback is never a reformation. It's a company simply withdrawing a hand that was reaching for the cookie jar and still really wants those cookies. It's like when Microsoft tried to make the Xbox One a hostile monitor of behavior that demanded online daily checkups from customers to prove they were playing games they bought firsthand. Remember that? Few likely do. But I do. And when Microsoft walked back its aggressive, absurd, and creepily controlling DRM plans before the console's launch, I told people to never forget it. To never forget that the company was perfectly willing to treat its entire user base with suspecting hostility and only back down in the face of loud, unified, and overwhelming resistance. If the backlash hadn't resulted in such horrendous publicity, consoles would be big plastic hunks of ridiculous DRM measures. That's the takeaway here, no matter what happens. Companies always do what they think they can get away with. exactly as much as they think they can. As we've seen in the video game industry time and time again, they are constantly feeling out the perimeter of acceptability while using the constant oversteps and withdrawals to push that perimeter forward, little by little, to make previously egregious actions acceptable by doing something more egregious and then retreating to the previous thing. This is how microtransactions went from controversy to accepted part of modern gaming, normalized through persistent use and the encroachment of worse things. You can't trust a single one of these rampant fucks. They'll pretend to be your friend, they'll claim they're just like you, they'll try to stab you in the back and laugh it off with an oops we rolled a 1 if caught in the act. They'll hear your concerns and admit they got it wrong, but the one thing they won't ever do is genuinely change. They're corporations, they're predators, and they're always hungry. Not as hungry as this thing. Oh, cheeky. Oh, for God's sake. Well, there. There.
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah, like that.
Right. The joke is it's grabbing my tit.
What? What a pervert.
Chose the wrong shoulder. This is literally my busted shoulder. I ate a back suplex onto the least bouncy wrestling ring in Yorkshire last night. Ow. But I beat that twat Nathan Black though. Absolutely fucking battered him. It was brilliant.
I'm not interested in baseball. Because we're not interested in baseball, we're not gonna continue with this. So let's go. Baseball bores us. Now we're gonna hear why the trans community hates Steven. That's so unfair.
And then try to navigate.
Shouldn't the trans community love Steven? Isn't Steven like the biggest ally or something? I'm gonna hear about it now. Change title. Steven criticized by trans community? This can be. There you go. Change the title. Forever.
That area as a trans person just becomes like impossible, basically, I think.
Impossible, I think. Yeah, impossible. Mission impossible. I don't know what you're talking about, but yeah.
Yeah, I think that trans people, we really get it from both sides, where on one hand, I can sort of come off as this like ultra SJW person, because I'm telling people like, you don't need to pass to be happy. And that should be like, if anything, an ancillary goal. But at the same time, when I came out and started transitioning, I think that like becoming a woman, trying to present a certain way, it really meant a very different thing than it does today. And I think that the conception of what a woman is on the left has totally evaporated. So like, you know, a woman doesn't have to look any sort of way. And then we're kind of lost. We're like, when we erase
the perception of what is a woman has not evaporated on the left. Just because it's different, it doesn't mean that it evaporated. That just it doesn't fit a very strict mold. It doesn't mean that it evaporated. That's actually a really silly thing to say.
The boundaries for this category, no one knows.
No, you just erase the boundary for the categories. The boundaries were always shaky to begin with.
That's what they're doing.
This is ridiculous. What's happening?
the trans community hates me.
Well, yeah, I mean, you've been pretty rowdy lately.
Oh, there you go. I guess it's not Steven saying it for now. The trans community hates me. Come on. Oh my gosh. The boundaries get erased. Everything is like nothing means nothing anymore. Where are the good old-fashioned values that we used to rely on, which we used to rely, or something? Where's the family guy? I don't know. Everything is just bad.
What did I say that was rowdy? Destiny. Name one rowdy thing.
I'm pretty sure it's the general characterization of you constantly shitting on trans women and their desire to pass.
No. Okay, well, a little bit. I think that
What?
the desire
Excuse me?
to pass is sort of, it's a goal that I think is elevated unfairly, oftentimes.
Well, I mean, look at yourself. It's easy for you to say. What the hell?
Or to the detriment of the people who are pursuing it. Just because I think that passing.
I'm familiar with this.
Okay.
I am the master of the Destiny strategy. So you've tweeted something that's most likely completely and totally indefensible, and now you've come here to tell me that...
No, it's not indefensible at all.
The problem with passing is that when you elevate it to a standard that's unattainable by most people will never be happy with the results, ultimately of them trying to pass. Most people don't have the money available to get the surgeries they need to pass, and a lot of people have gone through male puberties that are too dangerous or destructive to their bodies to ever pass as well as some of the idealized trans women are put in front of people that they're supposed to look like. Is that what your argument is?
Yeah, and that's a big part of it. The other part of it is like I tweeted.
Okay. This is what happens when two people, quite frankly, masturbatorily try to seem very, very smart.
Trans women look like men. That's what I tweeted. That's my spicy take. Which I think that like there are different ways to interpret this. The sort of pedantic way that's like
The pedantic way would be to read it. The pedantic way to read it and interpret it as what it says, right?
Annoying is to be like, well, you're saying that trans women look like the average man, which is not true.
What? That's muy bien. Like that's nonsense. Like, yeah, the pedantic way would be to read my tweet that says trans women look like men and ask me, so are you saying that trans women look like men? Which is not true. Like, what?
I'm just saying that, like, I don't think that trans women pass as a general rule. And that's my take. Is that, like, insane?
No, but I don't think that's... I feel like a lot of the big problems were that... like, I don't care, actually, fuck it. We'll be really personal. Do you think you don't pass?
Yeah, be very personal. I think that when I'm, like, on camera, and when I can get, like, my makeup right, and the angles right, and I can, like, focus really hard on trying to pass, I think that I can do, like, a pretty good job of it.
Pretty good job of it? What is your word? With this projection, the thing about, getting past, like... glorifying passing? Is this projection? What do you mean you do pretty good? Have you, like, what? Have you ever seen cis women? Have you never met any cis women if you think you're just doing a pretty good job?
That I will pass probably like 99%. And maybe it's like a little bit off.
Haven't we joked about, I'm leaking our DMs now, haven't we joked about how you've been on panels with people before who are like hitting on you and have no fucking idea that you're trans?
And I think that is like, it gets to the heart of how passing is sort of a difficult issue because
that is incoherent nonsense. I'm sorry.
People who pass don't pass all the time. Sure. And I think that like I fall into this category where like no matter how hard I try, there'll be like some percentage where I can't get to like 100%.
That's great. Cis people get misgendered. Does that mean they don't pass? That's nonsense, of course. That is absolutely total nonsense. Cis people sometimes get misgendered. Cis people fall into that 1% of being misgendered sometimes for something. Like, what do you mean?
And I think that like for most trans women did not start transition at 14,
Sure.
right? And
did
they
you?
didn't. Yeah, I did.
Oh, okay,
and
okay.
I also spent like tens of thousands of dollars on surgery, like
Sure.
on my jaw, for example.
That good FFS
And-
bullshit or whatever, right?
Yeah, I didn't get like full FFS, but
okay.
I did get some surgery. And even with all of that, I still don't like fully pass. So
That's bullshit.
So I think that it is like not crazy to say that one, this is like an unattainable goal for a lot of trans women. And then when you like set ourselves up for failure by establishing it as like a baseline to be seen as like valid or like legitimate. And I also think that like we would do a lot better if we sort of accepted ourselves and didn't work ourselves up into these communities where we're sort of all clapping each other on the back and saying like, oh, you passed so well, you're so great. Because I think we like insulate ourselves in a bubble where we're really not like adapted to reality. And it makes us really susceptible.
Oh my, passing discourse from a perfectly passing trans woman. Wait, I might as well make it a habit, right? There you go. There you go. Can refresh. Save. I'm changing the title. There you go. I've changed it. I have done it. I should make it a habit. I'm working on the good habit. And we are here. We are making a game. And we are watching it as Steven video. At least for as long as I have the patience to do it.
To people who being like, you don't pass, and not just being like crushing. So yeah.
I think that there is a I agree with most of what you're saying. I think that one of the big problems with the trans community is I think a lot of fake trans people have destroyed it from the inside out.
Fake trans people? Oh, okay. A lot of fake trans people have destroyed the trans community from the inside out. Okay, those fake transes.
I don't know. You're familiar with the concept, of course, of self-ID, right? I think this is something that needed to be like killed in the cradle.
Of course, those self-ID bastards should be just killed. What?
I think self-ID and everything relating to it, and the idea that you're trans if you say you're trans, and it's just about like saying that you are and IDing as it. Like, I think that shit has, because I think that what that did was that allowed a lot of fake trans people to get
fake trans people. Oh, fake trans people. Okay.
Into the movement and be a part of it, and then their ideas that honestly should be completely ignored because they're not.
Oh, I see. Those fakers, those trendists. Okay. Damn.
Not trans. They have no idea what that experience is about. Started to become.
Unlike Steven. Steven understands it more than anyone.
Like almost, at least online it feels, or in the colleges and online, it feels like those have become like the predominant trans voices. So I think sometimes you're in this really weird world as a trans person where some people are telling you that like you don't even need to pass, that we can have male lesbians and we can have trans women with beards and like anybody can go to whatever bathroom they want to.
So which is it, Steven? Is it bad to say you don't need to pass? Or is it bad to set yourself up to fail and have too much expectation about passing? Which is it? Because you cannot have both. Both cannot be true at the same time. Imagine the shock. You cannot advocate at the same time that you should not set yourself up for quote-unquote failure by wanting to pass too much, and then at the same time you say that it's bad when people say that you don't have to pass. Which is it? Like, What's up? What's up with this? What's with this take? Like, I'm seeing a bit of a dissonance. Like, I'm sensing a bit of like a, inconsistency in logic here. Am I the only one?
Doesn't matter what you look like gender expression is like bullshit, and we all are gender abolitionists. And I think that those voices start to become the loudest ones, and then try to navigate that area as a trans person just becomes like impossible, basically, I think.
Yeah, I think that
Yeah, so which is it? Which is it? Just a second ago, she was saying that people want to have too big expectations regarding passing and that they just set themselves up to fail. And now Steven tells her, but people also say you don't have to pass and that's BS. And she's like, yeah. Like, what?
Trans people, we really get it from both sides, where on one hand, I can sort of come off as this like ultra SJW person because I'm telling people like, you don't need to pass to be happy. And that should.
What's wrong with being an ultra SJW person? I'm an ultra SJW person. Screw you.
Be like, if anything, an ancillary goal. But at the same time, when I came out and started transitioning, I think that like becoming a woman, trying to present a certain way, it really
Detroit becoming human
meant a very different thing than it does today. And I think that the conception of what a woman is on the left has totally evaporated. So like,
as I said before, it has not evaporated. Just because we change our perception of what a woman is, it doesn't mean that the concept has evaporated. Just because it's new, you don't understand it, it doesn't mean it's not there at all.
You know, a woman doesn't have to look any sort of way. And then we're kind of lost. We're like,
we're not lost at all. You are
erase the boundaries for this category.
We have not erased the boundaries for this category. What does that even mean, boundaries for this category?
No one knows what.
That's a nonsense. We never actually knew what it was. That's a nonsensical statement if there ever was one.
They're doing. I want to say that like, it's not a bad.
Of course, when she says nobody knows what they're doing, it's implied like sort of in little fine printing, except for me. I know what I'm doing, but nobody else does. Which of course, Steven also subscribes under. Nobody else except for me knows what they're doing. Everybody's just silly and dumb or something.
Bad thing to try to pass. And to like, in many ways, like really care for yourself and to try to make yourself presentable. Those are all valuable things. But I think that people do get caught too much up on trying to reach like a goal. And this is another thing this is going to lead into.
Of course, none of them are actually having a conversation because she says one thing, he says one thing. Those two things are totally unconnected. She says people are trying to reach an unreachable goal, unreachable goal by trying to pass too much. And Steven responds with, people try to tell you that you don't have to pass. Like, this is just... Is this even a conversation? Steven, maybe focus more on what is being said and stop playing Factorio.
Trans drama that I've been on, where like, I've talked about how I feel disappointed in my transition. And when I say that, people get really angry at me and they say things like, will you pass? Or you look really good, so how can you be disappointed? And the reason I'm disappointed is because I've gone through all of this effort. And although that I look a lot more feminine than I used to, the mental health component hasn't really improved that much. It has improved a little bit, but that I think is...
Well, then that's why you do therapy alongside it.
The real goal of transition is to improve the mental health state. And I think that when we like replace passing for that, when we substitute the goal of mental health improvement with the goal of passing, one one, it sets people up for failure. But two, it also means that like we kind of lose track of what really matters. And then when people are struggling,
those things are not exclusive. You can work towards passing and you can go to therapy. Like, what? What's going on? Like, she's saying it as if those two things were so, mutually exclusive. Therapy and striving to pass. Set small goals and move towards small goals step by step. You did this step towards being more as who you want to be. You did this step. And on the way, you go to therapy. There you go. What's wrong with that?
those voices just
take things step by step.
Get shut out because it's like, well, you shouldn't, you shouldn't be upset. You have no right to be upset because you've achieved this status.
I think that the difficult thing is that when my son got diagnosed with ADHD, and I'm trying to think of whether or not I want to put him on medication. One of the things that weighed heavily on me was that
why would you not put your son on medication?
Being like a kid is hard, and he already had some things working against him. He has something called van der Wood syndrome, which is like, it can present in a few different ways, some extreme, some not. His is milder, but it impacts I think it's his glottal stop in the back of his throat. So when he talks, sometimes it can sound nasally even still. We're still not sure if we should get surgery
French.
for it. Yeah, maybe a little bit, yeah.
So my son has issues, and I'm not sure if I want to help him. I don't know, like, what is this side tangent?
My thought was at the time whether or not I wanted to get him on medication or not. I was like, damn, like being a kid is already difficult. It's already really hard to be a child. And the idea of him having to fight with like ADHD and everything on top of all of that just seems so shitty. I feel like it's my job as a parent to like put him in the best position possible. So, we consulted physicians, we went to the ups and downs of medications, like, yeah, okay, we'll have him get medication for his ADHD. So at least there's one less thing that he's got to fuck with. I think for a trans person, transitioning is, I think one problem might be is that in your point of view, like if you transition, this should alleviate like a lot of mental health things. But I think that all transitioning does is if you transition, and if you transition perfectly, let's assume that, and even that's not gonna happen, but if you transition perfectly, all that does is it gets you to the baseline of now you can begin to take the rest of your mental health seriously too. But transitioning in and of itself is not gonna fix any of the problems you have in life. It's just gonna give you like a start.
I can't believe I'm agreeing with Steven here. Yeah. Like, obviously. Like, I can't believe I'm agreeing with Steven, but he's being correct here. Not to mention that you can actually do therapy while transitioning. I still don't get how self-ID is supposed to hurt the trans community. Don't ask me. That's like really wacky. That's a really, like... It's an ego thing, honestly, I think. Steven was just wrong on this and he just can't let it go. Like, he just inserted the whole self-ID totally out of nowhere, unprompted and nonsensically into a topic that has nothing to do with self-ID in the slightest. Like, person A. People have too high standards that they want to reach when it comes to transitioning, medical transition. Steven's response, but have you considered that self-ID is ruining the trans community? What does that even have to do with anything? My gosh.
Ground to where it's like, oof, okay, I'm fucking 18 to 22. It's already a really complicated period. My early life has probably been fucked as well because being trans and all that is a bunch of deals.
Well, I'm older than that, and I'm on the start of my road. Well, so what? There are people that start transitioning at 60 plus. What now?
I'm transitioned. Like, it's not like everything's magically going to get better. Now it's like, at least this is one thing I don't have to worry about, and now I can be working on the other stuff. But yeah, I think there's still a lot of work to be done past the transitioning part.
This is so condescending.
Complicated, because transition is like, the transition we're talking about is a medical intervention.
Agreed. Self-ID is actually helping the trans community. Because it's not about, like, this is why I'm saying that what they are saying is contradictory. Like Daftaj is saying, people have too big goals when it comes to transition. Steven says, it's so bad that people say that you don't have to transition. Which basically puts you like in this like strange, impossible situation when not wanting to pass is bad and wanting to pass is bad as well. You know? I'm hearing some thrifty, turfish people argument that self-ID might increase medicalization. That's not true. Like, there's this misconception about, like, fitting a perfect label, a perfect mold. While, you know what would be best? It would be best for each of us to work towards our best self, to work towards our, what we see as our best self, and work towards that step by step, right? To be happy with every success. If we have problems, we can go to therapy. But, work towards our goals step by step. However, exactly the opposite. Someone less likely doing medical resistance if they transition socially. Yeah. Like, if someone wants to alter their body, they should have the right to. If someone just doesn't identify with certain labels but doesn't want to change their body, they should be able to. We should be able to, like, mold, or even like, we should be able to mold our experience to our exact preferences, right? We should be able to be who we want to be, no matter how that looks like and how we present or how we identify. And it doesn't take away from people that perceive themselves differently and that choose a different route from us in order to achieve it, right? Like, this is basically saying that self-ID ruins the trans community is basically like saying that choosing a different route to self-actualization somehow damages other people's route to self-actualization, which is nonsense. Also, what is this talk about fake trans people entering the trans community? That's the biggest nonsense that I've ever heard. There's this like whole thing like that Stephen pushes here. Fake trans people. Right, of course. Katie Montgomery had a Godot response description about Scottish self-ID and UK's response, right? Like, this is insufferable. This talk is insufferable, you know?
And I and my parents made the decision to have that medical intervention when I was an adolescent. You're talking about maybe putting your son on meds. The problem is that when you transition, you also introduce all of these other issues. So like, I grew up in a rural Colorado town, and as a result of transitioning, I ended up, I think, very socially ostracized. And so...
Okay, so basically this talk started with Taftash saying that she does not pass that grade, that she might pass 99% of the time, but 1% of the time she will be misgendered, and to which I'm saying, like, cis people literally get misgendered 1% of the time, okay? A cis person literally has 1% of a chance of getting sometimes misgendered, right? Cis people do get misgendered 1% of the time. So stop like this BS that you're just passing 99% of the time. And then she follows up that people have this high standard of transitioning, that it's too much, that they should not, do it, right? And that she did a tweet that trans women look like men, but faith reading of that would be to read that it means that trans women look like men. So yeah, what else? And then Stephen responded with a whole rant. Cis women might get be misgendered. That's true. I'm sorry, but that happens. And Stephen responded to that by some weird rant about self-ID, how it ruins the trans community, how fake trans people have invaded the trans community, and how they say that you don't need to pass, which is wrong. So basically, Taftar said that too big expectations for passing are bad, and Stephen here said, on the other hand, that not wanting to pass is bad. So wanting to pass is bad, not wanting to pass is bad. You cannot win. It's just all bad. Thank you very much for this. Thank you very much for those enlightened takes.
While there were certain advantages, like, yes, it's helped me pass better, there's also been disadvantages. So I spent a lot of time on the internet growing up. I didn't have a lot of friends. And these are things that I think affected me a lot going forward.
Transitioning did not lock you on the internet. People transitioned before the internet era. Come on, give me a break, okay? Yeah, fake trans people. What the hell does that even mean? Like, transitioning has its down. Taftaj. Transitioning has its ups and downs. The downs of transitioning that I've been on the internet a lot. Like, what? What does that have to do with anything?
And so I look back at that and the pros and cons of transitioning.
The con of transitioning is being on the internet? Alright?
And I wonder, maybe this helped me pass a little bit better now. But
a little bit better? A little bit better. This is such incoherent nonsense. Like, let's say side by side. Let us summarize what she has said so far. Trans women look like men because some of them cannot start at 14 like she did, so they don't pass well. Boom. I pass 99% of the time. 1% of the time I will be misgendered. Bam. Third statement. Maybe me transitioning early allowed me to pass a little bit better. What? Oh my gosh.
Passing isn't the goal, and this has had negative detrimental mental health effects. Maybe it wasn't worth it to transition when I did. And so
what? This is what?
Would you have transitioned later or earlier or?
Yeah, maybe. I think transitioning later can be definitely a good decision.
Why? Why this makes no sense? This is just basically, she's right wing, isn't she? This is basically just for the sake of the right wing narrative. I don't buy it. You can do therapy alongside transitioning, so there is literally no benefit to starting later. If you are going to transition, there is no benefit to starting later.
As a trans,
is she gonna actually try to substantiate that there is some benefit to starting later?
Woman, you really think so?
I do, and it's part of why I think that passing should not be the only goal, because I think that when passing becomes the primary goal and we forget this mental health aspect,
those things are not mutually exclusive. You can take care of your mental health while transitioning medically. Transitioning medically does not ban you from the psychiatrist's office. You can do therapy. People often do therapy alongside medically transitioning. What? This is ridiculous. You should not transition early because you forget the mental health aspect. This is incoherent. This is incoherent nonsense. Just do therapy alongside transition. My gosh. Like, this sort of vague nonsense is like so typically right wing.
I think we can sometimes encourage people to take actions that maybe on the whole, balance-wise, would be worse. And
why? Substantiated. Why?
that's, I think, historical counterfactual. I don't know.
Like, when Stephen is pushing against such claims, like, it just makes me like, it leaves me in disbelief that Stephen of all people is about to push back against this.
Sure. I mean, like, I can understand proceeding with caution for people. Like, I do think that, like, the wild affirmation and everything is super cringe.
Oh, wild affirmation is super cringe. Okay. Cringe.
And I think it's totally fine to push.
Being right wing is super cringe. Thinking that medical transition bans you from the psychiatrist's office is cringe. One can criticize a system where we only approach a problem by giving one solution. Sure, that criticism is true. But it's not true, though. Like, in this case, it's not true. I started the process. When you start the process, the doctor that talks with you about transition clearly tells you you should do therapy alongside this. This is not something like you medically transition and you focus only on that and you neglect your mental health because the medical transition will fix your mental issues magically. That's not how that works. I'm not sure what road Taftaj went through, but that is, generally speaking, not how that works. You know? But not transitioning does not mean you can approach multiple angles. Exactly. And usually when you go to a doctor about transitioning, they will encourage you to take care of your mental health along the way. They will encourage you to take therapy. Like, this happens. This is a bit of like an annoying talk.
Back really hard against that type of idea. But I feel like for trans women, like, some people just have like really brutal puberties. Like, they're like the most chiseled jawed, manly men, broad shouldered. And at that point, like, you're fucked. Like, if you're a trans woman, like, forget passing. Like, you're going to be like feeling like a man in a dress for the rest of your life. Like, it seems like you're in such a rough state at that point. If somebody could get ID'd earlier as trans, why would you not avoid the puberty?
Well, I'll answer this in two ways.
Exactly. I can't believe I'm agreeing with Steven on this one. I'm talking of the general statement. Yeah, that's fair. For example, a mental health depression is not solely dependent on the person, but social issues too. That's actually like that's a thing that had been illuminated by a book that I read many years ago. How psychiatry started really rigid, like with only medical treatment and non-therapy at all, because psychiatrists came from like the assumption that you can medicine all the problems away because it's a problem in the brain, chemical imbalance, so you just fix the imbalance and the problem is fixed. When, as you said, you can have societal issues, in which case you even not just need the therapy, but you also need to work on the underlying problems that have caused the issues to start to begin with, right? You need to actually implement some changes in your life, if that is even possible. What is a lose here? what is alludes here that most often people that by the time they reach the decision but the transition, they often thought about that year for years.
One is like with anecdote, and to say that a lot of trans women that I know who pass beautifully still struggle a lot with mental health issues.
Sure.
And then
yeah, but that's like, that has nothing to do with it. Like, many cis people struggle with mental health issues. Like, you're introducing a non sequitur at this point. If you say many people pass beautifully and still have mental health issues, when you know what, if they would not pass beautifully, they would have additional mental issues on top of the mental issues that would be related to not passing beautifully. You know? You know what I mean? Correct. What they rule people who want suggest trans medical health care is the same as depression medication. That transition is not one single process. Yeah. It's not one medical process like antidepressants. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You know? Cis, let's start with the fact that cis girls are not all always happy with how they look, you know? Those are separate issues.
I don't know if you've...
That is a non sequitur if I ever saw one. Medical transition is going hand in hand with societal solutions, yeah. And that trans person might also be going through other things apart from from trans-related issues. There might be different things that are causing additional mental health problems, because guess what? Everyone has mental problems. Cis people have mental problems that they have to work on. So a trans person might have additional mental problems even not related to being trans. You know? This is nonsense. This is the right-wing ideology speaking through Taftaj right now. This is so annoying. It's so annoying, Gigglers. This is why people are annoyed with her. This is a very ignorant position.
Looked into the literature on this. There's this great systematic review that came out in 2021 that looks at all of these studies.
Yeah, but that just can't speak to you not understanding how to interpret those studies. The critique is so far correct, but that you want to create trans healthcare centers where they can offer additional help. Yeah, exactly.
HRT and its benefits for mental health. And what it finds is that all of the studies point in one direction. So overwhelmingly, the studies indicate that there's probably a benefit to mental health with transition. However, there's a catch. And the catch is that the studies overall have pretty weak power as far as strength of evidence. So there are a lot of surveys, there are a lot of studies that don't take into effect confounding variables and all of these other issues. And so we're not actually that confident in the benefit of HRT.
Yeah,
and I think
that's
that's
why I
another
argue with
reason
anyone that's puberty blockers have been super well studied. We know that this is good. And it's bro, all of this shit is very new. Yeah,
and we have much.
We have read studies on stream. We have literally read studies on this on stream. It is pretty well studied. Steven, it is really well studied, Taftaj. I think she is doing right. I think what she's doing right now is an attempt to syncretize her right-wing views and growing anti-trans rhetoric with her transness. I actually agree with you, Karasu. Like this is what it looked like from the very beginning of this video. That she's just trying to square her right-wing beliefs with who she is. Like, we don't really have the. Yeah, we do. I'm sorry. We have studies about transition. We do have studies about puberty blockers. We have read studies on stream. We have read studies sourced by a bigoted page, and the study still said that puberty blockers are beneficial. You know? So that's
less evidence for adolescents.
Yeah,
So think of all the evidence we have for trans people and reduce it by like 1/100. That's what we have for adolescents. So I think that's why when I say like do not transition, part of that's just like dysphoria on my part and being like dramatic.
Traftage is telling people not to transition. Right-winger, of course.
But I think that like the underlying kernel of truth is that like you should be very careful if you're going to transition. And if you do, I would encourage people to make sure that they have other mental health aspects like checked out and that their goals.
People have, like, that was the first thing that was done to me, mental health checks.
Are very realistic, that they're not like wanting to be, you know, a beautiful woman or like an anime girl or a porn star or something. Because realistically, like.
Wait, who? What? I don't even know how to answer to this. Like. What was that? I'm sorry.
As realistically, like, there's a high probability that you will not fully pass.
Sure, potentially, yeah.
I'm sorry.
As
what was that?
Like, I would encourage people to make sure that
what was that?
Other mental health aspects like checked out and that their goals are very realistic, that they're not like wanting to be, you know, a beautiful woman.
I don't see anything wrong with wanting to be a beautiful woman.
Or like an anime girl.
An anime girl?
Or a porn star.
A porn star? An anime girl or a porn star? Don't set your goals to be an anime girl or a porn star. What?
Or something. Because realistically, like, there's a high probability that you will not fully pass.
Sure, potentially, yeah.
Who are you giving this advice to? Who starts the process of transitioning thinking, I'm gonna be an anime girl and a porn star?
Do you think you'd be happier if you never tried to transition?
I don't know. I would say that I think transition has helped my mental health a little bit.
This is so ridiculous.
But that's very hard to like disentangle.
Yeah, it's hard to counterfactual.
Right?
Like, what would I be like if I was a full-on man right now, right?
Right, exactly. And I think that like
this is such a horrible grift that
in the strongest version of the counterfactual, you ask the question like, would I be healthier if instead of transitioning, I just went to like get cognitive behavioral therapy and like made a bunch of friends and was like,
oh my god. What if I just went to conversion therapy and had friends? This is really, really insidious. This is like, you know what? It's too late for me. So I guess I'll just have to live with what I am right now. I just have to live with like having a transition by at the age of 14. But you know, nobody else should be allowed to, and also nobody else should be allowed to transition either. You should just get conversion therapy and friends.
Like very pro-social and built up this network of support and all of these things. And like maybe in that, then yeah, I would be happier. But that's also like a quite unrealistic scenario. And so it's hard to tell. But yeah, I think that there's
this is such a transparent thing, what she's doing here.
Really a place for a lot of trans people in society. And I think the reason for that is because trans women are trying to become women, and that is very hard to do. Oftentimes they end up in a spot in society where they're not really seen as women by people. And so they're just constantly pursuing this goal and failing. I think it would be wonderful if there was like, if trans people could just be like accepted as they are, maybe as like a third gender, and to be like, listen,
third gender?
Listen, you're trans. You don't fully pass, but that's okay. And we're going to support you, and we're going to allow you the freedom to present the way that you want without...
She's talking about conversion therapy, let's be honest about it.
Increasing or adding on all of this extra baggage that comes with the expectations to fit into a very...
Like she's literally talking about conversion therapy. Like, what if you could just be talked out of being trans? What if you just like go through a therapy that would convince you not to be trans? It's conversion therapy. What you could just go through a conversion process and not be trans anymore, and get some friends as well. Trans people are not trans people because they lack friends. This is also a ridiculous statement. People with many friends are trans. You don't become trans because you lack friends.
Specific role of what it means to be a woman.
Two parts. So for the first thing, do you think that at one part of this, I hate that I'm using this phrase because people use it against me all the time, but do you think that a lot of this might be a little bit like super Twittery? Because I feel like I've heard of, like, there are people in real life that seem to pass, that can go into that can be around even if they might think they don't. And also I would say too, trans people are probably really hypersensitive about like not passing, in that like I guarantee you that like a trans woman probably knows way more features of like a cis woman than a cis woman knows.
Cognitive behavioral therapy is like, yeah, but I'm not really talking about, my point is not that cognitive behavioral therapy is conversion therapy. My point is that what her logic is like, she's basically asking, what if I could have been basically what if I could have went through a process of conversion that would have made me not trans and gotten more friends? She could have used any other therapy as an example. Like, it's not really the type of therapy that's important in what she said. It's like, it's the underlying logic behind what she's saying, you know? Like, that she's basically saying, you know, maybe it would have been better if I went through some sort of therapy, maybe, that would have made me not really trans, like, and that, you know, gotten some friends, right? She is basically pushing for conversion therapy, even if she's using incorrect therapies as an example to push the idea, you know?
Right? That I'm sure that you guys have ways where you can spot like fucking like, I can tell by
like,
the fucking jaw.
Too long.
Yeah, I know that you had this fucking, like, trans people probably spot it, and you see that, and like a cis person will be like, I have no idea what you're talking about. But and as evidence of this, something
that is actually true. Many cis women do not have to learn of things which is the societal expectation to cook someone as true. Many, like, that's true.
think is like kind of funny is that like you can throw a trans and also some of this gets a little bit backward rationalized because you can throw a trans flag into a lot of women's profiles and people will just assume they're trans. Like that, I'm pretty sure that Sock Darling chick has, I've seen in her mentions whenever she's tweeting on some shit where I'm tweeting about trans people, there are a lot of guys there that will talk about how she's trans and that's why she's upset or whatever. And I don't think she is, right?
She's not.
Yeah. So like shit like that happens. So people will become like hypersensitive to like trying to like spot
Exactly. I know, but I really want to point out this even bad and outside of trans issue because it misrepresents a form of therapy. It makes people not trust I'm actually gonna look it up right now because I'm not sure if this is not something that I'm not sure if this isn't something that I've been like recommended. Let me check. I'm gonna look it up. It's cognitional behavioral therapy, right? There you go. Gonna go through it. Cognitional behavioral therapy. Cognitional behavioral therapy is a psychosocial intervention that aims to reduce symptoms of various mental health conditions primarily associated with anxiety disorders. CBT focuses on challenging and changing cognitive distortions such as false beliefs and attitudes, and I'm pretty sure I could have been like actually recommended this. And there are associated behaviors to improve emotional regulation and develop personal coping strategies that target solving current problems. Though it was originally designed to treat depression, its uses have been expanded to include the treatment of many mental health conditions, including anxiety, substance use disorders, marital problems, and eating disorders. CBT includes a number of cognitive or behavioral psychotherapies that treat defined physiopathologies using evidence-based techniques and strategies. CBT is a common form of talk therapy. I have to check. I think this is the thing that I might have been recommended to like go through, right? Alongside transition, by the way. Let's see. Polish. Where is there a Polish version? Where's the language? There it is. Where can I check? Yeah, this actually has nothing to do with conversion. You're right about that. You're right about that. That is nothing to do with actually, like this sort of therapy can actually be done alongside transitioning. Like this has nothing to do with this is nothing to do with converting someone. Like this can be done to like treat your. This actually can be done to treat your anxieties, like etc. While you're like transitioning. Interesting. And I actually might have been, because I actually stopped my therapy because I ran out of money. Because I ran out of money a lot. which is why it annoys me a bit to hear this person say, I spent thousands upon thousands, tens of thousands of dollars to do my whole thing. And she passes 99 of the time, but spending the thousands of dollars has actually helped her only a wee little bit. Like,
a trans person. That's one part. A second part, and this is something I can only go by what other people say because I'm not trans, so I can't know. But like the second part is that it feels like the accepting a person, and this is also where like the self-ID brain has come in, and I don't know, like the conversations are harder to follow. The idea that like, I wish that people could just accept me as a
like nobody is able to follow your train of logic, Stephen. Yeah, she is doing a disservice to mental health care, but I mean, a right-winger will do that, okay?
trans woman instead of me trying to become a woman. That seems like a statement that some trans people might make, especially maybe from the...
Sorry, what?
That seems like a statement that some trans people, other people say, because I'm not trans, so I can't know. But like, the second part is that it feels like the accepting a person, and this is also where like the self-ID brain has come in, and I don't know, like... the
self-ID brain.
Conversations are harder to follow. The idea that like, I wish that people could just accept me as a trans woman instead of me trying to become a woman, that seems like a statement that some trans people might make, especially maybe from the self-ID crowd. But I feel like a lot of people that are like trans women or trans men, they don't want to be trans. They just want to be the other gender. And even if they were like locked in a room by themselves, like the way that they see their body, the way that they feel about themselves, that can be almost completely independent from how society views them. They personally just have a desire to like present as that other gender because it's what they feel internally, and they want that external presentation to match.
Well, yeah, but there's an important caveat to that. Not everybody feels like this. Some people just feel that they don't match the box that they were assigned to at birth, and they want to be different, but they do not feel that their biological body has to match some sort of like a thing that they need to change to. Not everybody feels that, and that's okay, you know? And not everybody feeling that does not somehow invalidate those who do, you know? So this is like this talk of self-ID brain is total nonsense. Once again, Stephen.
Match that internal identity.
Well, I think you're exactly right. I think these people, you know, trans people in general want to be the opposite sex, right? And
but like, so I'm saying
not all. That's not true. Not all trans people want that. And I know you will call them fake because if someone does not fit your little elegant theory, then they must be fake. But that is the reality of it. Not all of them want to do that. Not all of them. That's not the best route for everybody. Because what Stephen is basically saying that like that's not the I'm not sure that's the right way to go about this either, because Stephen would respond this to you. If you ask Stephen, how do you know that those self-ID crowd doesn't feel that way at home, Stephen would just tell you, so they are lying then. So they don't actually believe in self-ID, they actually just want to transition like everybody else. You know? Do you know what I mean? That their external expression is internal to the way how they can feel at home. Like, Stephen would just retort to you by saying that they are basically lying them and that the self-ID is not a thing and they just want to biologically transition just like everybody else. And that self-ID is BS. The truth is that, like, not everybody experiences that, right? Not everybody needs to experience that in order to be, quote unquote, the real trans. You know? Like, that should not even be like the thing. Like, non-binary people do exist and are real trans people. And many of them do not undergo medical transition. What now, Stephen? They are all fake? I mean, Stephen would say so, but... Like,
the only thing, just on that, and there you go, is that like, they wouldn't be happy in a society where it's like, oh, listen, like, you're not a woman, but I super love trans women. Like, you're really cool, and I see you as a trans woman, and that's like awesome. Like, they would be like, that's like, I don't want to be seen as a trans woman. I'd rather be seen as an ugly woman or a butch woman than...
Yeah, that part is correct, right? That part would be correct. A trans woman does want to be a woman, not a trans woman. That is correct.
Than a trans woman. Then feel like you see me as a man. That's the feeling that I get when I, in terms of trans people I talk to. Yeah, then go for it.
That is actually...
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that if I can
that's
imagine
actually
how some people would respond to what I'm saying,
That is
someone
actually
might say
correct.
that, like, well, Taff, you're saying that I should just, like, be happy and accept, like, that my body is sort of masculine, but if I could do that, there would be no problem. Like, I wouldn't transition at all if it was as simple as just, like, accepting my masculinity and being okay with that. And so I recognize that. And I also recognize that, like, what the goal of transition for a lot of people is to become, you know, the opposite sex. What I'm, but like, and this is maybe like where it gets sort of
For a lot of people, but not for all.
controversial, but like, I don't think that's possible. Like, I don't think that like a trans woman can become a woman in a real sense. I think that she can become like someone who looks like a woman such that everyone treats her that way. But I think that even that goal, like becoming someone who looks like a woman such that everyone treats you that way, is oftentimes like a very unrealistic goal. So I think that like what we should be doing is trying to manage dysphoria. And I think that like one of
I don't disagree.
You know, I think what we should be doing is not to dictate to other people what they should be doing. How about that sort of solution? How about let's not dictate to people what they should be doing? Like, with your, already you got yours, and other people should not do it. Like, this is nonsense. I passed well because I passed. Like, people have a, this is what Taftar is saying. People have unrealistic goals about passing because not all of them can start as early as I did. But also people should not be starting as early as I did because there are mental problems. So really, people should not be passing. People should just manage their dysphoria. This is like literally what Karasu said above. This is just being a right-winger and trying to square that with being trans.
the ways you manage dysphoria.
I don't disagree with anything you're saying, but we have to be careful because we're like, I feel like we're conflating a ton of different topics like all together. Like managing expectations is important. That's totally different on whether should somebody try to transition at all. Whether should somebody try to transition at all is totally different than like, is it important how society perceives you?
I can't believe that I'm finding myself in a situation when Steven is arguing with a trans woman about whether or not people should transition, and Steven is the one that is arguing that they should, and the trans woman is arguing that they shouldn't. Like, what's going on here? What kind of a, like, alternate reality have I stumbled into?
I agree with some of what you're saying, but I feel like you're roping in a lot of concepts together that are completely and totally disaggregated, or like we can disentangle all of these things. They don't have to be spoken about the same thing. So like the first thing you talked about when you kind of came in here talking about is that like transition didn't solve all your problems. That's probably true, but I think like transitioning and doing nothing else would be the equivalent of like getting an SSRI prescription and never going to therapy or changing anything in your life. You're probably not going to change at all, right? Maybe give you like very slight boost, but for the most part, you're still going to feel like shit and nothing's going to change. So like I would agree that you need to get more services afterwards after you transition. But whether or not you do or don't transition in pre-puberty,
I can't believe that. Like, I cannot believe that Steven is being so correct here. I cannot believe that like I'm like agreeing with Steven here, but here we are. I'm agreeing with Steven, arguing against a trans woman. Like This is what happens when you are so right wing. You like when you out right wing Steven. This is what happens.
Is a fundamentally separate question from like what should people's expectations be, right? Managing expectations is important, regardless of our other thoughts. But yeah, I'd just be careful in like wrapping, I think, all of these up together as like one thing, because I think these are all separate issues that need to be dealt with.
He's not good on trans issues either, but occasionally he's all right. Yeah. In other words, he has really horrible overall positions, but some of his positions are not incorrect. Like are not incorrect, you know. That is what I would say, compared to Taftaj at least.
Yeah, so going back to what I said about transition not fixing all of my problems, it's not just that I transitioned and that fixed one problem, the trans thing, and then I had other mental health issues. What I'm trying to...
Transitioning is not supposed to fix the trans thing. That's like one. And for many, it actually alleviated it a lot. That's one thing. Another thing is, transition is never said to be about fixing all of your problems. That's just ridiculous. That is the level of logic of a nice guy who thinks if I only had a girlfriend, all of my problems would be fixed. And then they get a girlfriend and think, oh crap, all my problems are not fixed. Maybe finding a girlfriend was not worth it after all. What? Like, this is the exact same kind of logic. I don't know why I stumbled into this sort of thinking that people say to themselves, if only I do this one thing, then this one thing will basically solve my whole life. My whole life will be solved. You win your life. You did this one thing. Your life is now won. It's just it's all like easy from here, you know? It's all brisk walk from here. You did the one thing that was the main goal of fixing your life. Congratulations. You know? Nonsense. There is no such thing. In life, there is no such thing as a one solution that will fix everything for you. Such a thing does not exist. Do not try to tell yourself that there is a single solution that will just fix every single one of your problems, every single one of your mental issues, that just doing this one thing will just, make everything perfect for you. Now, that's an unrealistic expectation, to think that such a thing exists.
Communicate is that I transitioned and it didn't fix the trans problem. So I still had significant dysphoria. And sometimes people will say to me like, oh, well, you just don't have dysphoria. This isn't an issue for you. And that going to be more, further from the truth. I have very intense dysphoria. And that's the problem. The problem is that I transitioned and that it helped a little bit with dysphoria, but it didn't really go as far as I think it was sold to me, as how far it would go. So, and
do you think that, just so I'm kind of curious, do you think that hanging out in online spaces affects that? Like, let's say, for instance, you completely disconnected from online shit, because online, you're like a trans advocate, trans debater, Taftaj, the trans woman, trans, like you're trans, like everybody it's part of your identity. Whereas I feel like, what if you were in real life for, a week or two, just hanging out with people on a college campus, or you did normal shit. I don't know how many, from appearances, no cis person would clock you as trans ever. From voice, maybe some people would think, a small percentage, but I'm pretty sure that you could make it through day to day for months.
From voice, I highly doubt it. Voice? Nope. No way.
And I don't think
no way. Nobody would from voice.
Anybody would say anything or treat you in any way as a trans person ever. Do you think that would slowly start to change your mind, where people start to, where you start to think that okay, I'm starting to feel some alleviation of the dysphoria, as opposed to being online where your part of your identity is being a trans person?
Yeah, I do think so. So there are all of these variables in my life that I think.
It is really sad to sit after doing this, and I'm going to go to the toilet, and I'm going to tell everything to you, and I'm actually making a new monster in the game, and I'm giggling here, so it's like, I'm sorry for putting you through this. Like, this is worse than I thought it would be, okay? This is actually worse than I thought it would be. But, I'll be right back. I am back. And I have to tell you that it is not good, gigglers. It is not good. Do you know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Really amplify some of the dysphoria. So it's not just that I'm a very online person, but it's also that like a lot of my online existence depends on me looking a certain way.
Sure.
And so, and I'm also like exposed to a lot of very beautiful people all the time. And so I do think this is a big problem. I think it's not just a problem for me, it's especially a problem for me. But I think that
it's especially everybody wants to feel so special. It's especially whatever problems people have, they are especially big for me, okay? I have extra big problems because I am extra special. I meet extra beautiful people. Okay. Okay, calm down. Oh. Luffy? Lahi? Munga muma bubu. Lahi? Everybody is so special. After she has extra problems because she's extra smart and extra enlightened. Ah, yeah, and extra right wing. After she's extra right wing, so it gives her extra powers. True. It's true.
A lot of young people are in similar situations where they're exposed to a lot of stimulus that causes them to really doubt their body, you know, to feel very insecure.
Can I ask a second question on that? And I don't envy your mind because this has to be impossible to sort through. But like, maybe is it possible that some of the things that you're experiencing and you think in your mind that these are dysphoria is actually just like female like dysmorphia, where the complaints that you're having are like, I'm not a woman, people don't see me as a woman, you know, I'm people see me as a man, blah 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 blah, because you're thinking about the beauty standards, the makeup, like how you present yourself. What if you have transitioned and you actually did it really well, and now what you're experiencing are just women problems, where they're like, you know, my makeup isn't good enough, I don't look feminine enough, I don't look like a woman. Like, do you think you would be able to disentangle those two ideas in your head of like, what is the problem of because like here's something that I think is possible for you. I don't know, you can tell me, right? But like, I feel like it's possible that you could go into the mirror and have you ever seen yourself ever? Have you ever thought in your mind, today I look like an ugly woman? Or are you always thinking, today I look like kind of a man? Like, have you ever felt like an ugly woman before, or do you always just feel manly? And then if that is the case, that no, I kind of just feel manly, is it possible then that you actually did transition really well and you've made it, but you just, in your mind, you don't have that feeling yet of like, well, I am a woman and sometimes I can look like an ugly woman, because you just default to thinking that you're a man. Does that make sense? Sorry, yeah, go for it.
Yeah, no, I think that's a really good point.
Go for it.
It is often very difficult to disentangle regular everyday insecurity from transition-related dysphoria.
I mean, that is fair, right?
Yeah, I'll answer the question about, you know, whether I perceive myself as a man or an ugly woman in a second. But I think this is actually, and this is something I was trying to get to, it's an issue that a lot of people have, where I think a lot of young people are very insecure about themselves, and then they're exposed, or like, you know, people will talk to them and they'll be like, well, some of the time people feel really insecure because they're trans, and the solution is to transition, and transition is going to fix that insecurity. And so I think that like,
yeah, but that is why you do mental health alongside the transitioning. Like, banning transition does not fix it. Mental health help fixes this issue.
One of the issues is that transition is sort of like prescribed as the fix for this insecurity.
Nope, that is actually incorrect. Poland is extra not good on transitions, and it prescribes mental health alongside transitioning. Even Poland does that. So that is actually not true. Transition itself is not prescribed as the cure for mental health issues. That is absolutely incorrect.
When
at
it's
least
not
in Poland it is. I don't know.
Not really. And this is like why I say, like, you know, why I made the tweet like, do not transition. And of course we talked about like the nuances to that. But I think that like,
no, you haven't talked about any nuances.
Issues, you have to really make sure that like you're not transitioning to fix those other issues. And I think that like a lot of people, they will pursue these goals.
Like that is like we have already discussed why this is nonsense. There is no nuance in her position.
Passing, right? And like you could never get to that 100%.
Stop abusing the word nuance is my
99
PSA.
or 98, 99, almost to 100, but you won't quite get there. And because you're pursuing this goal of passing and not actually fixing the insecurity, you're not actually improving your mental health. And so really like the passing is a distraction for these other issues. And so
yeah, I don't disagree with any of that, and I think those are all really good conversations to have. I just think those are a little bit separate from trans things. This is one of the worries. Jesse Signal, I'm sure you know who this is, like writes about this a lot. This idea that like you can take a depressed teen that's a little bit confused and
After Steven picked me trans woman since he couldn't associate with RGR anymore. True.
Doesn't know 100% what they want to do in life, or you know what direction they should be heading, and they kind of get like swept into this trans stuff, and they're like, damn, like there's a whole community built for me. There's medications. There's a plan. Like there's some shit I can do. Depending on
it's very comforting.
Yeah,
that can
for sure.
feel really good.
Yeah, for sure.
Especially in the beginning.
And I think that can definitely be a problem. And I think that's something that has to be approached with great care. I wouldn't disagree with that at all. But
Great.
on the flip side, like if you are trans and you are looking for that, it's important to know that like even if you head in that direction, like there's still going to be other problems that you have to solve, right? This isn't going to be a catch-all. Even if you do transition perfectly, like now you have to deal with all the problems of being a woman, which can probably feel like trans problems sometimes too, or just like all the things that go along with a life that you haven't even lived yet, right? Because if you are if you become a trans woman even at an early age of 14, you said you started a transition. Even at that, you're probably having to play a lot of catch up with girls that started playing with makeup when they were 9, girls that started to feel a certain way about boys when they were like 11 or 12, like all the different like female experiences that you had.
Why boys? What if you're a lesbian? Cis lesbians are not real women now because they don't have specific feelings about boys. Like, come on, Steven. Give me a break.
Yeah, that you're playing catch up on and everything else. It's just like there's just like so much shit going on all the time that it's really complicated, whether you are or aren't even really trans.
Yeah, I agree. And this is why I give so much caution. Okay.
I think it's fine to give caution, but like when you're literally tweeting like, don't transition, it's
do
a
not
mistake.
Transition, all caps.
I hate myself.
I fucking...
Ha ha ha, this is so funny, such humor. Raptor is worse trans pick me for Steven, because now he can show to be more progressive on this than a trans woman. True. That is indeed... Well, she's a right-winger, so of course she's not going to be progressive. Like, this is the worst thing.
It's so frustrating.
Yeah, it is frustrating. I agree.
I don't know. It's very frustrating. On the internet, I tend to just like output a lot of shit and a lot of like dysphoria and bad feelings. But I like never bring this up to like people that I hang out with in real life.
Sure.
Like I never talk about politics with like my IRL friends. And so part of that is like a coping mechanism where like I don't want them to think that I'm crazy. So I just like let people on the internet think that I'm crazy. But it is frustrating because I think that like my take about trans women in general not passing, I think is like accurate. And people are like giving me mental health checks on it where they're like, are you okay? And I'm like, I don't think that thinking trans women don't pass as a rule is a mental health crisis. I think it's like basically what most people who aren't like woke believe. Like if you go and talk to people, most people will be like, yeah, like I think trans women are clockable.
Yeah, but a lot of people that are not quote unquote woke will also be racist and call women of color men. A lot of not woke quote unquote people will call muscular cis women men. Women that do sports will be called men by quote unquote not woke people. So, I don't know. I'm not sure what exact standard you are going with here when you make those statements.
Whatever their conclusion is from that. So I don't think it's a crazy position to have this view of trans women, or an unusual one even.
Yeah, it's not crazy. I feel like the worlds that trans people live in, and everybody I know is online, so it's like so much different. But I feel like the online versus the offline world of trans people is like so much different. That's why it's like so crazy to me that like when I'm on these online spaces where they're like talking about the trans genocide and how all trans people are being killed and blah 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 blah. But like in real life, like things seem so much more chill with like every person I've spoken to that is trans.
Guess what? Things were almost also pretty chill for Jewish people. Okay, before the full-blown thing started. Not everyone had like means and insight of Einstein to just leave in the early 30s. Also, might this also be some form of bias? People think they see more trans people that don't pass because the ones that pass, well, they pass. True. I keep saying trans girls that are just that just become models or something and just post photos and make me bitter and jealous, you know? It's true. It's true.
Or that like
I'm just a bitter, jealous person. That is the truth about me. That is the truth about me. Come on. Yeah, come on. You understand me? Understand my feelings. You know? Please tell me if you understand my feelings.
As trans friends, where like generally most of them have friends, they do decently. Like a lot of them are like completely invisible, like people don't even know. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you just need to touch grass.
Just need to chill out. I mean, here's the other thing: is that like, I think it goes both ways. Because I think that like
both ways, you need to touch less grass.
These trans communities that are very insular and online.
Almost a bitter, jealous freak.
And very, very far
logic
left.
one.
I think that they also like lose track of the reality. And there's this like thing that happens in the brain, and it's related to like the hedonistic treadmill. But it's also like the way that we understand our social status and the way that we understand our value is very relative to the people around us. Yeah. And so if you're in like a trans polycule and like everyone around you is hyping you up saying that like you passed perfectly, and you don't actually, going out into the real world is going to be really, really hard.
Yeah, I agree. This is a problem that everybody has with everything. It's one of the, I get really upset. People will post in that sex subreddit, and people will say things like, oh, like my boobs are extremely lopsided. I have one A cup and one double D cup. Is anybody going to care? And every single comment is like, nobody will care. Guys are just happy to see any boobs ever. Nobody's going to care. They all think it's going to be beautiful, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, bro, like, I understand you guys are trying to...
He gave this advice. He gave this example before. Let's stop repeating yourself.
Not to be
Steven.
mean, but like when this person goes out of the real world, like she's gonna get like a rude awakening when there are gonna be some people that do have like a big preference. And yeah, I do agree. I think that this, I don't know if this even counts as a hot take, but like when people are like in like trans polycules or when it's like a community of like 7 trans people or whatever, I think that's bad. I think having like a mix of friends is probably good because it keeps you more grounded. But especially some of these like streamer houses where like I think like the Demon Mama Doe and like there's like 7 or 8 like trans people all living together. I think your brain can go into some really weird places if you don't have people to kind of ground you out a little bit.
What does that mean exactly? Ground. Like the wording here does a lot of footwork, you know? Ground you. In other words, like ground basically means accept the things that how they are, right? Ground you. Ground your axioms. To be fair, sometimes kind of like using the term freak self-referentially by the way CL was using it made me really uncomfortable. Shot logic, yeah. Yeah. True. But shot logic is a bit of a wacky person.
I definitely think it can be. I saw this TikTok a while ago from a trans woman, and she was upset because the person she was speaking to gendered her correctly, but she had the thought that even though they were gendering her correctly, referring to her with she and her, they didn't actually believe it. Yeah. And so we're at this point where people are like trying to intuit what's going on, not just from words, but what's actually going on in people's minds. And it's like destroying them. And I think that like that mind reading is really dangerous. And I think it stems from this like this fragility where if you're not exposed to the fact that like some people are going to think you're a man and you're not going to pass to some people, like if you're not exposed to that, if you don't learn to accept that, you're not going to be able to function in society.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. The pronouns one is more complicated.
That's
maybe
great.
Somebody can share my opinion on this in the future, but I think that giving pronouns or listing pronouns, I think is a mistake. I think it's always been a mistake. I think that the big deal about pronouns is that when I refer to you as a she or a he, what I'm doing when I utter that pronoun.
Oh no, the pronoun discussion again. That pronouns are about how you perceive someone, which is like nonsense and misunderstanding of grammar.
Is I'm giving you a glimpse into my mind and how I view you. So if you're listening to me talking about you to another person, like, oh, I really like Tav, like she's super cool, that kind of like reinforcement of like how I view you, it coincides with the mental image that you have of yourself. Whereas when I'm saying like, oh yeah, Tav, he's cool, you know, I don't mind him, that's jarring because now there's this dissonance created where it's like you don't view me the way that I want to be viewed, and more importantly, the way that I view myself. That dissonance really bothers me. When we start giving pronouns, we're engaging in a form of delusion that I don't think actually makes the person feel better. Like, you don't want me to call you the right pronoun because you told me what your pronouns are. You want me to give the right pronoun because what I'm saying...
That is nonsense. That is nonsense because there are cis women that will be misgendered, you know? And what? If the cis woman is not perceived perfectly as cis, then it's okay to... it's okay to misgender her because otherwise we're engaging in some sort of a delusion. Is that it? Is that what's going on here?
Is
Nonsense.
Showing that I have a mental image of you that is matching the mental image that you have of yourself. So I think that like if somebody is referring to somebody as like he or she, but they...
The scene talking about the need to be grounded while he wouldn't recognize grass if he saw it in a picture.
clearly don't pass, or something like that is going on, or the person feels like it's not like a legitimate usage of pronouns. So like, I don't think you actually view me that way at all. I can understand why people would feel irked. Now, obviously, it's shitty to call somebody out or be like, oh, you like you don't view me the right way or whatever. But like,
grass we muse as we invent imaginary people on the internet to get mad about. True.
I could understand.
I get mad at everybody.
Somebody upset about that, but I think that the issue there is just how we ever treated pronouns of like, oh, give your pronouns and blah 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 in the first place. I think it betrayed the whole purpose of why pronouns even mean what they mean, in my opinion.
Well, your opinion is wrong. I'm sorry to say.
That's a really interesting take.
Really interesting. Really deep. Deep as a lake, deep as a puddle.
I'll have to think about that. I feel like the way that I think of pronouns is that they are a kind of like social nicety, where when you use like a pronoun, what you're communicating is not necessarily that you like truly think of the person as a man or a woman or whatever, but basically that like you respect that person's agency to like decide for themselves what language should be used for themselves.
No, I totally reject that.
I totally reject that. Yeah, of course. Of course, that makes a lot more sense than what... that makes much more sense than what Stephen here is spewing, because if what Stephen said was true, then it would be basically if a cis woman does not perfectly align with an image of a perfectly passing woman, then too bad. A cis woman can be now he, because this is the perception of the person using the pronoun. Too bad, stay mad. A cis woman is now a he. There we go, Stephen. Your logic at work. Which is what happens, by the way. Women who do sports are often mocked as men. You know? Especially bodybuilders. Women bodybuilders are often mocked by bigoted assholes as men. So what now, Stephen? They perceive them as he, so I guess it's okay to use the pronoun as he, because otherwise it would be delusional in your worldview. I guess. Perfect logic. Steven universe logic, I would say even.
I think that's bullshit. I know that that's like the...
I feel like that is how people use pronouns.
People will say that, but I disagree.
People will say that, but they all lie. I know they all think like me. They all think like me. It's BS. I totally reject that. I don't believe that.
Just don't think that's the case. When somebody uses a pronoun, I don't think that you're looking for somebody to like respect your autonomy on language.
True, it's just yeah.
Or any bullshit like that. I don't think so. I think what you're looking for is I want you to refer to me in a way that matches my mental model of myself. Like if I told people, if I went around saying like, I really want to be referred to as handsome. I like, can you please, like, I want to do it. And then I hear people in conversation like, oh yeah, I know Steven, like he's a handsome guy. That's whatever. But if I hear somebody say it without me prompting them to, and I know that they have that feeling of it, and if I view myself that way and then they say it, that feels good to me.
That's great. But once again, we enter the problem of people who are cis being perceived as the other quote-unquote gender because they present in a certain way, do certain things that does not match with the stereotypical model of that gender. And so what? Now their new pronouns are, like for us cis women, he, him, because that is what some people perceive her. Is that it, Steven? Your logic falls apart on basic scrutiny. Thank
Because
you.
now I know that what you said, what you've...
Thank you very much. Thank you and please. Please and thank you. Bodybuilder discourse Arquen. Next time.
Is indicative. Your mental state, your mental image of me matches my mental image of myself.
Your mental state. Your mental status matches.
That's why I don't believe
nonsense
in the whole like respect the autonomy of like the language and all that bullshit.
I know you don't respect autonomy of anyone. I know that much.
I just don't believe it. I think that pronouns are just it's a cute little clever grammatical trick that gives you an insight into how
grammatical trick.
Somebody views somebody. That's how I view it. I think that's
that's nonsense.
Well, do you think it could be both and either one in different scenarios? Because I think that like when you are using the word she to refer to someone who like obviously doesn't look like a woman, and maybe has no intention to, I think that what you're doing is like this social nicety. You're not really expressing like your mental model of the person. And I think that when you automatically reach for a pronoun, like if someone who's like super transphobic like automatically reaches for the pronoun she when they're describing me, I think what they're doing is giving me a glimpse into their mind.
Sure. I mean, there can be something nice that feels nice about the social nicety, but like I could be wrong, but I feel like one of the most gender euphoric moments of any trans person in the history of all of trans people, dating back to the start of mankind, has got
to... Steven is now the expert of what gives trans people the most euphoria in the history of euphoria. But that's because Steven has such deep insight on everything.
To be when Ben Shapiro was talking about like Caitlyn Jenner, I don't remember, Bruce Jenner or whatever, when Shapiro was doing that and he was trying to misgender her and he fucked up and he said the pronoun that was actually in his mind of how it
might have been Laverne Cox.
It might have been Laverne, yeah, because you know that whoever he was referring to, he thought of that person as a woman and he had to explicitly go out of his way to try to misgender that person after he fucked up doing it. That had to feel really good because you're like, I know you view me as a woman and you're trying really, really, really hard not to play the game or whatever, but you do, like that's the image that exists in your head. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, obviously, I mean, all of it is complicated. And even if you are a trans person, that doesn't necessarily mean that you...
Yeah, it fails. It fails at basic scrutiny because it means that gender is just presentation. That's basically what you're saying. If someone presents as a gender, then they are that gender. So I've already given examples. Thank you, please. Thank you and very much. And yeah.
Like done like these huge like
nonsense
analysis of language and why do things feel the way they do. It's all like really complicated. I understand, of course, yeah.
Oh yeah, of course I understand. I am myself the deepest person. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I understand everything. Yeah. This is so silly. Stating pronouns solves a practical problem in the real world. You can tell someone's gender by their name, voice, or appearance. True.
Yeah, I think that I was talking to that philosopher guy. I think you had on your stream and also Vosh debated.
Agua.
About, yeah.
Oh no. That. Oh my gosh.
Classic moment. I was.
Classic moment.
In his like Twitter DMs immediately after the Vosh discussion. And I think that, I don't exactly remember how I phrased it, but I said that like within progressive communities and within progressive cultures, the way people define women is as like a person who like prefers to be referred to as a woman or something like that.
Yeah.
Which is like
cringe.
It's a definition that is like
cringe.
But I think that like pronouns also take on a unique like definition within very progressive communities. And that's why people like do use neo pronouns or like it or dear or whatever, because like it's no longer about this like automatic reflex and more about this kind of like ability to exert your identity on others and have them
Funny thing, a friend of mine kept accidentally referring to me with she even after they heard my voice, which is definitely pretty manly.
refer to you as you prefer.
Yeah, I guess I go back to like I think that's what names are for. Having somebody refer to me as name. I mean, a name is one thing because it shows respect, but I think the pronoun is a little different. It reminds me of the ContraPoints thing that she said a long time ago. That like something that can feel very othering is when you're with a group of like very progressive cis women, and they're like, okay, everybody go around and say your pronouns, and
This happens to me in real life.
Yeah, and the only
Where I've like talked to
reason-
someone and she's like, oh, what are your pronouns? By the way, let's have a pronoun check for everyone. And I'm like, I want to die.
Exactly, yeah, and it's like I'd rather just go to some bar with a bunch of like redneck Nazis where they just call me she, because that's like it just feels so much better than like the pronoun circle shit. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's complicated, but
It's brutal. I'm friends with like all cis people in real life right now.
Okay, yeah.
Is it that brutal? Like, how about we just don't make a big deal out of it? Like, I know it can be like a bit much, but like, even more cringe is making it into this whole big deal. Like, you know, just say your pronouns and whatever. Like, cis people don't, like, the cis people will not even care. Oh, yeah, like, whatever. She, her, they, them, he, she, like, whatever. Like, like, stop overreacting. Don't be a crybaby about it.
My IRL friends are cis. And it used to be that they were all trans. And I had the thought, I need to get some perspective. Because I feel like trans people are like making me crazy.
online trans people, clarify.
True. Like, what's the big deal with stating your pronouns?
That because I feel like real life trans people are so much more chill, unless you're like in a fucking college fucking with 100 non-binary women or whatever. But
Of course, non-binary, because non-binary is the quote-unquote fake identity to Steven, sure.
or do you think it's a lot of crazy?
I moved. Listen, I moved to Texas.
See, non-binary people are the crazy ones.
Of all places, and made friends with cis people. And turns out I'm just as unhinged. So
Sure. Well, I mean, you might be unhinged, but the question is, are you unhinged because you're trans, or are you just unhinged because you're a taftage? You know.
True. Good point. Okay, those are some of my crazy takes. I'm surprised you didn't push back more regarding like HRT and me saying that it's like the evidence is not that strong.
It's not. I always fight against people that say that because you have to couch your language very carefully. Anytime somebody wants to come on and be like, oh no, we have very, very good scientific evidence concerning adolescent. Blah, stop. Whatever you're about to say is not true. We don't have very strong evidence for almost anything regarding trans people, even adults for transitioning. Like in terms of doing this en masse, all of it is pretty new. The therapies and the like the actual therapy, not just the drug stuff, but they're talking all of that too. All of it is very new. All of it is experimental. Everybody.
That's pretty vague. What does pretty new mean? What? Examples? Can you give me any examples? Can you give me any studies? Can you give me anything to showcase when it began, how long it took? This is basically the woke. This is basically the whole woke. Wokeism in academia all over again. Like, am I now forced to look into this? Am I forced to do a whole big ass investigation into this claim that it's all experimental and new? You know? Do I have to do a President Sunday type dive into this topic like he did into the whole wokeism in academia claim? Because you cannot trust Steven on anything, and Taftar is just right wing. Like, puberty blockers are not new, and we have so many studies on them. Like, what the hell? Do I really need to do a President Sunday type stream? Like, do I have to literally the next 3 streams like just 100% how do you say, 100% just, what's the word? In fact, estrogen will be available for cis women off shelf, I believe, in the UK. Estrogen is used for menopause. I guess, I guess free next streams will be research on this weird claim because, yeah, estrogen is used for the menopause. That I know that much. Like, yeah, I think we're gonna do it. Let's do it. Why not? Like, let's, in the next free streams, we're just gonna, we're just gonna, oh my gosh, I'm blanking out on the word. We're gonna do this whole thing when we're gonna, can you help me with the word that I'm looking for? The next free thing will be exclusively, it has been, yeah, puberty blockers are not. Actually, this is very interesting. This is actually not even off shelves. Like in Poland, I saw that it's like this. In Poland, it's advertised outright for cis women to use hormone therapy. I saw an advertisement on TV. Use hormone therapy because menopause can be rough. So use hormone therapy, you know. But okay, that's besides the point. We're gonna dedicate the 3 next streams to this research, okay? Dedicate. The word is dedicate. Same letter. So yeah, I think like, okay, so I've stumbled upon this wild page a while back, bigoted turf page that said puberty blockers are dangerous, you know? And here are the studies that support our claim that puberty blockers are dangerous. I remember because we read one of the studies that they linked on their page on stream. And the study for puberty blockers that the bigoted turf page linked, not only did it say that the puberty blockers are overwhelmingly beneficial, you know, but it also said that the mental health benefits from puberty blockers were so big that the doctors performing the study considered if it would not be beneficial for all kids entering puberty to receive puberty blockers in order to ease the mental instability that comes with entering puberty. So, like, so basically, the takeaway from the study was like, it's great. There was one child that did not continue with transition, but the reason was because the child was afraid of the process of transitioning itself. But overall, puberty blockers have had so much good positive mental health effects that we are wondering if all kids that go through very stormy puberty should not be put on on puberty blockers for a while to help soften those effects. So there you go. That's one study that has been cited by TERFs. And it was supposed to prove that puberty blockers are bad. So there you go. It's all highly experimental. It's all highly blah blah. It's like right-wingers say when they just... Can you demonstrate that for me? We're gonna dedicate free streams for research. I'm gonna make an announcement. A big announcement. You know? Can I make an announcement on the... I'm gonna make a big announcement.
Everybody's trying new stuff.
Ducky said you were looking for the above word. True.
Like opening this up to kids en masse is very new. All of it is super new. So anybody that comes out and tries
What
to
does super new even mean?
say like 100% like, oh yeah, this is obviously blah, blah, blah. Like, no, that's bullshit.
We have to prove everything. We have to prove everything, Gabrielle. We live in a world where you need to prove that hitting children is not good. This is the world. This is sadly the world that you live in, Gabrielle. You live in the world where until you have a study that proves it, people will wonder if beating your child with a stick is really all that bad. There you go. This is the kind of world that we live in. This is the sort of thing that we need to, like, cite studies to prove. Is it really that bad to just take a huge paddle and start whacking your child? Is it really that bad? Do we have studies that say that it's really that bad?
Nobody knows that. Like, it's all still new. We have to be honest about it, and yeah, and be careful, like, going forward.
Okay, that's interesting.
Very interesting.
I feel similarly, and it's one of the reasons why I think that people, especially adults, they should have like the freedom and the right to do with their body, you know, what they will. And part of that is, I think, the right to take hormones if you want. But I also think that, like, because the evidence is so new, I think it is okay if I look back at my own personal experience and then tell people, like, I don't recommend this, or I only recommend this if you've already explored these avenues.
Yeah, I think that proceed with caution, I think, is really good, especially because it's so fucking politically charged today. And it seems like there's somebody else said something really politically incorrect that I super agree with, but it really does feel like if I'm like a white cis male, my identity sucks online for like farming anything. But as soon as I throw that non-binary tag on,
yeah, but people will ignore you if you just use logical arguments, which is why in the US certain legislators bring back paddling kids in school. You know? So yeah, at the end of the day, even with studies that say that it's bad to hit kids, legislators still go ahead and introduce laws that bring back hitting kids with paddles in school. So, you know. So at the end of the day, bigots don't care either about studies nor logical arguments. So, you know. I guess the takeaway is that they just don't care.
Hopefully this doesn't happen, but like becoming trans, it unlocks so much community and openness and everything to you that, like, as cringe as it is to say, like, white men don't really have access to anymore unless you're going to go be a Tate fan or like a Jordan Peterson fan or whatever. And I'm worried that type of stuff is becoming a little bit too much. Yeah, I got really traumatized getting all the emails from trans women about like all the fucking NB women on college campuses now that like, I thought that like maybe there'd be like some problems with it, but like email after email after email is telling me that like 98% of these spaces are like NB women now or NB.
Oh, okay, email after email, it's all NB women. It's all NB women. And my evidence is my email after email after email. Okay, Steven, great. Soon you put the non-binary tag on, there is an entire subsection of internet that will harass you. True. Like, and even blame you being a groomer. Like, screw that. Like, you should really be extra, like, this is the time to be like extra vigilant about this. Like, to be extra supportive of non-binary people. Because there's Steven like this comes out of the woodwork is like, yeah, it's all those non-binary people. It's like they take over the spaces. The non-binaries, they just take over the campuses. I got so many emails.
Be they, them, Zers or whatever.
Yeah,
that, like, there's very few trans people, even like seeking
they, them, the they, thems, quotation marks, they, thems.
Transition in these spaces, that like finding a trans person that's trying to medically transition was rare in a lot of these college trans support groups. And it's like, what the fuck?
Hey, what the fuck? Oh no, all those, they, them, these, theirs. All of them, all of those.
So yeah, be careful. The online shit is wild. Yeah.
The online shit is wild because university campuses that are offline, real campuses, are taken over by they, thems, and thesers. Ergo, the online shit is wild. This is, again, thank you, Stephen, for this incoherent messaging. Thank you. Thank you, Stephen, for this. Thank you. Oh my gosh.
It gets pretty crazy. Yeah, the trans community has just changed so much since when I came out.
Like, this talk is so devoid of any substance.
And I think that it is definitely frustrating. I think it has to do with this like tearing down of
change is frustrating
and like definitions.
Oh no, the
and
boundaries.
all
my
these like
boundaries.
ideas of the past, right? Like I think when I was
Oh my god. For real with this crap, for real. The ideas with the past, the boundaries, oh no, 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 no. What happened? What happened to my boundaries? What happened to the good old-fashioned values on which you used to rely? Where is the Family Guy? What the hell?
When they wanted to transition, they had a real sense in their mind of what it meant to be a woman, and vice versa with men, and the kinds of expectations that came with that. And those are valuable. Like those stories of like what it means to be a good man, those are really valuable. And without them,
what? My gosh.
I think that's how we get people like Andrew Tate, these like red pillars who are filling this void where for, decades we've sort of eroded the idea of what it means to be a man. We have torn down these shibboleths.
Yeah, sure. Because the idea of what it is to be a man and woman were, of course, for thousands of years identical throughout the world, right?
That existed of the past. And sometimes that was good. Sometimes those ideas of masculinity were toxic. But losing those, especially in the digital age where the relationships we have with people are so different, I think that there are all these characters like Andrew Tate and other red pill type people who have come in to fill that void, and it's been really destructive. And I think it's one of the reasons why we need these kinds of categories of what it means to be a man or a woman to exist and to have real cultural value.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I don't disagree. It's really weird that the crowd that acknowledges it, like we need representation for black people, for women, for all of these minority groups, is so important. But then when it comes to like white men, it's like, fuck you guys, like you're all toxic rapists. And it's like, okay, well, I don't know why you expect them to not need representation or all the same things that the minority people do. And then they get surprised when they all join like fucking Nazi Tate cult groups and everything. It's like, okay, well.
Because you don't understand what the term representation means. Maybe that's why. Representation doesn't mean just existing. Representation means that there is no representation, right? The group is not visible in any form of media or public situations, White men are not underrepresented. White men are not suffering from the lack of representation. Like, what do you mean? Like, when you say about representation of white men, like, what? Why are white men somehow underrepresented in the U.S. society? What's up? Knights don't write poems like they used to. What is the world coming to? True.
I think it's pretty fucking crazy. I also think that like the Tate arrest is kind of was kind of inevitable, and it's crazy to me to see people like
crazy
insane lines of defense where they're like inventing stories for how he's totally innocent, and it's like maybe he's innocent, but like everything that he said is like super incriminating and like not good.
Yeah, if there were again,
does not indicate good things.
I'm glad this happened the way that it did, because it's like so perfect, because this would be one of those things where I was like, dude, if Biden or Hillary or if anybody had videos like this or anything, you guys would be making so much up. So it's really funny now that like my dream scenario came true, where it's like he's got a video
your dream scenario
series on how to sex traffic and defraud women, and I wonder if you would believe that. And they're still like, no, I don't think it's true. I think he's being set up. And it's like, it couldn't be more obvious than this. Like, it's so obvious how much you guys are like meat riding. Like, it's insane.
Yeah, fucking crazy.
But
Lizzo flute, huh?
what about it?
I think
That she shouldn't have played it, that she should have respected the instrument?
exactly that there's a sacredness. I mean, did you see the video where she's like
Twerking?
and that's
Oh my god.
that should be illegal. She should be.
Wow. Based. It's conservative take. Thank you.
Okay, no. I mean, I think it's like, it gets back to this like respectability thing and this kind of, I think that if she just did something else, I think that would have been better. I don't think it's like too much of an ask to say that like, even if you don't share these values of like sacredness and respecting like this object that has some historical significance, even if you don't share those values, I think it is like okay to respect people who do and to just like not engage in behavior that's going to annoy them. If like not engaging that behavior doesn't come as any real detriment, which I don't think there was any like reason why she was forced to do that. So I think it was, I think it is like okay to criticize her a little bit for that.
I feel like musicians and playwrights and actors have always been fucking degenerate fucks throughout all of human history. People seem to think that like Beethoven or Mozart were like these, like they lived in these very posh lives and everybody looked up and respected them. But I'm pretty sure that like all of these people in entertainment have always been the degenerates of society. Just like the AIDS-infested rockers of the 60s and 70s, so were the disgusting filth of the composers and everything of like the past.
Okay, I wouldn't say Lizzo's disgusting filth.
No, but I'm just saying that like I think that we revere old musicians and we don't even understand sometimes like how they were treated in society, the lifestyles they lived, and then we like hold them on these weird pedestals where it's like twerking with a flute, and it's like I don't know, I don't think it's that big a deal. But I mean, you know, to each their own, whatever.
Well, Lizzo's like a very respected flautist, right? Like she's very
she's
talented.
very, very good. I was surprised because I cringed a little bit because I thought it was.
Stuff as a GBP fan, I get those vibes. I don't know.
Listen to her play and it's like, oof, high school student. But you can listen to her play like one run of
might
like
be.
16th notes and listen to her breath and everything. It's like, okay, this at the very least she's a very good college player. And I think she was even better than that. So yeah.
Yeah, so I think that like she has within her the capacity to really give a lot of respect to this object. You know, I
But
don't
the
think
twerking.
she's like yeah, the twerk and the silvery
twerking.
dress or whatever.
Oh, no.
Leotard, disgusting. No, I mean, have you ever heard the term weird or Western educated?
Yes.
Yeah, industrialized, rich, democratic. I think that like a lot of times we get in this bubble of like what is good or not good, what is appropriate or inappropriate actions. And we sort of forget like how unique our viewpoint is. Like if you go to India, there are temples that like you can't enter unless you've like fully bathed rigorously and you've like changed clothes and done all of these rituals.
Okay.
And I think that like that doesn't fully make sense to me. Like I don't fully understand the sacredness of this temple, but I do respect it as a custom. And I respect the sacredness of this place. And even though I don't fully understand why I have to do all of these things or why they're good necessarily, I think that like having that basic respect and being able to say, I don't understand, but I'm going to follow your traditions because it comes at no cost to me. I think that that is a valuable quality. And it's kind of one of the reasons why these big, societies like the United States, these big multicultural societies are able to survive, is because people can say, listen, I don't fully get it, but I'm going to respect you. And I think that.
True, it does.
Respected. Yeah.
I think like it is a little bit like she didn't have to do that. And she had within her the capability to be very respectful. And she had the other video where she's like, in pajamas, which still isn't like great, but like no one really cared about
on
the
which we used to rely.
where she's just playing.
Lucky there's a family
Of
guy.
her twerking and the snoopily clad outfit that blew up. And I think that it speaks to the fact that it is really this like added layer
Lucky there's a family guy.
unnecessary sexualization, which I think could have been avoided. So I didn't think it was too crazy to be a little bit upset about it.
Well, hold on, something's wrong.
I don't care. She was a good flute player. She played the flute. DJ Khaled playing that Bob Marley guitar was a bigger crime against music than anything fucking Lizzo did. So fuck it.
Maybe true.
Okay. Anything else? Wait, hold on. This is not true. I just read the chat. You're not actually a Matt Walsh fan, are you?
There was like a week in March or something that I listened to his podcast every morning. I don't know if I'd say I'm a Matt Walsh fan, but I did listen to his podcast.
Millions
and then
of trans kids on puberty blockers. Millions, he said. Millions. After doing a full documentary on it. Millions. Do you see the poll where it's like Americans think that like 24% of fucking Americans...
Why am I not surprised that Taftaj listened to Matt Walsh? Why am I not even surprised by this? I didn't even have a reaction, after hearing all of her speech. I can't even muster a shock. Oh, really? She listens to Matt Walsh. Oh, I can't believe this. I totally can't believe this.
Americans are trans?
That is sad.
Mm-hmm. And it's like 30% are from New York, 30% are from California, and 30% are from Texas.
Jesus.
And it's like, yeah, the poll's just like insane. I think it's like the YouGov poll that was always insane. I have other crazy opinions, but I don't want to take up too much of your time.
You have roles for my one main room, right?
Wait, what?
You have roles for that main room I've got, right?
I do. So
okay, yeah. If I'm around there, you can always just like jump in. Don't DM me. Just like hop in and start streaming. Yeah.
Steven, tell me why I'm wrong. That's what I'm going to be like.
Yeah, exactly. Hell yeah.
Okay, amazing. Thank you, Destiny.
Okay, have fun. See you later, buddy.
You too.
Buddy, that was something, right? That was amazing, right? Did we all enjoy this? Have we all enjoyed these gigglers or not? What did you think? Oh yeah. There's one more topic that we would want to go through, right? There's one more cool topic that I have for us today before I wrap this up for today, because I have some things to do. I'm the busiest bee in the universe, which is today I did a bit of an earlier stream. Now do some segments, do some reading, do some preparations. Where is it? We'll do some... Did I?
El Salvador.
Yeah, did do some Dylan Burns, as you can hear. We'll do some Dylan Burns. Do a reaction to a thing that I saw. People reacted really wildly to it.
El Salvador.
Like the Miss Universe thing when there was the Warrior of Light. We already know what thumbnail we will use for this. We will use a Final Fantasy Warrior of Light thumbnail for this one. people went mad because a girl from Ukraine did like a warrior of light for a Miss Universe. It is hard. It's ducking hair. It's true. That's why we'll cleanse our palette with some Dylan Burns. It ducks with your brain. It quacks with your brain even. It ducks and quacks with your brain.
Had their representative on Miss Universe just dress up as Bitcoin, and that's getting less critique than Ukraine dressing up one of their people as an archangel.
Yeah.
The thing that peeved
the warrior of light
me off a bit, you know, really rustled my jimmies. Can we talk about Jimmy rustling a bit? Can we talk about Jimmy rustling? I want to talk about this right here. This
I thought that was cute, to be honest. And of course, I'm an avid Final Fantasy player, as you all are aware. So this was especially cute for me because there's like the warrior of light, you know? So actually, that this was really nice. I personally liked it, okay? I like it.
Miss Universe or New Orleans pageant or whatever that just happened. For those of you who don't know, like, Miss Universe is like basically like a beauty pageant. They come out with their like outfits that are pretty, and these beautiful women will come out representing their different countries, whether it be Colombia, Panama, Bolivia. Why am I all doing alphabet? I don't know, Nepal, any country, France, and they'll come out, represent them, have on elegant dresses, elegant outfits, and, you know, just be like, oh, look at me, Miss Universe, and then they crown a Miss Universe. It's all very, you know, I think most of you guys understand what Miss Universe. Well, for Miss Universe recently, Ukraine, you know, being a nation, also participated.
Right.
And they ended up sending somebody who dressed up as an archangel. An archangel defender of Ukraine with like light, liberty, and it's very kind. They look like an Overwatch hero, to be completely.
Actually, the term used was warrior of light. Okay, it's like warrior of light, not lame archangel. This is the warrior of light, and I think there was even a caption there somewhere that the warrior of light will defend Ukraine. You know. I think it's cool. I think it's nice. Like, I think it's cute as well. I saw the Miss... She's cool. I saw the Miss Ukraine costume before any of the other costumes and thought it was cringe. Then saw Miss USA shuffle out with a robot costume surrounded by stars with a moon cantilever of her. Oh, yeah. It's not cringe. You should play more Final Fantasy. Warrior of Light is cool.
Frank with you, they look like somebody that like jumped right out of like Comic-Con. Let's play the clip. And the thing that really gets me about this, because I will admit it is a little funny, is the commentator. The way the commentator talks about it, with it just like, it's so like obvious that they don't really care, and they're just saying it as fake energetically as they physically can. Just listen to this and watch.
Ukraine. This Warrior of Light costume symbolizes Ukraine's fight for freedom.
See? Warrior of Light. Warrior of Light, you know? For all of our children. Like, I will play it there with the right track, okay?
The Warrior of Light protects her country like Archangel Michael, who is a guardian of soldiers and considered to be the patron of Kiev, the capital city. This Warrior of Light will help in their fight, Ukraine.
Okay, this is so... So listen to this, okay? Because this is the right music, okay? This is the music that should have played here, okay? I will show you. We'll play with the right music. Let me... Where is the clip? Where does the clip start?
Light costume symbolizes Ukraine.
Saying it as fake energetically as they physically can. Just listen to this and watch.
Ukraine.
There we go. This is the right music. We make this quiet. This is the right music for this clip, okay? We listen. Okay, it starts.
To all of my children,
This is what should have happened, okay?
abundant. To all of my children, to whom death hath passed his judgment.
There we go.
The soul yearns for honor.
There we go. This is what should have happened. This is what should have happened during this. This is exactly what should have happened. This music should have played. This is how it should have gone, okay? There we go. I have improved this beauty pageant. You are welcome. I have added the appropriate Warrior of Light music. And yeah. I have made it perfect.
I want to mention, and I think I'll mention it because I haven't seen anybody else who's talked about this mention it. Evil City, thank you so much for taking up the Prime. I went and I watched.
I've made it perfect.
The Miss Universe stuff. Russia also participated in Miss Universe. I don't know if you guys saw the Miss Universe.
I didn't see Russia, but I'm not interested in Russia.
Miss Universe Russia. I don't know if there's like a clip I can bring up, but I can show you like the outfit they used. I assume it has to be somewhere. But they also participated in Miss Universe, and I don't know if you heard there was a decent amount of cheers for the Miss Universe. Where is it? Where is Miss Universe? And is there not an outfit where I can just see it now? Russia. Oh, here it is.
There you go.
Must be here.
New Orleans.
Russia. So this is Russia. It had to this had to do with like something about the crown jewel of the Russian Empire. If you listen to the whole like dialogue when the announcer talked about it, it was like, oh, the Russian Empire, yada yada yada. Dude, the whole
damn. Okay. The Russian Empire. Oh no 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 no.
Arena was silent. The entire arena was silent.
The Russian Empire.
I heard one single woo when the Russian Miss Universe came out. Honestly, I almost felt bad for her. I actually almost felt bad for Miss Universe Russia. Because like imagine like working your whole life to probably get to this stage. And because the leader of your country is a complete douchebag, now like nobody's gonna cheer for you because you're basically representing a propaganda piece for the Russian government. Because hey, this is the crown jewel of the Russian Empire. I was like, okay, here we go. Right?
Yeah. Not good. Not good.
Very sad. Very sad. But that's not really why I'm talking about the story. What I'm talking about the story is the reaction to this Miss Universe Ukraine thing. Because I thought the outfit was cute. I thought it was, you know, very, very performative, very, you know, ooh, that's entertaining. Like, for example, how the wings come out like that. Like,
yeah,
cool,
that's pretty.
I'm not a big cosplay person.
That would be pretty cool, the wings. I actually do wonder how the wings were made to, like, sprout like that. You know, that's a pretty neat...
So this isn't really for me. But the reaction to this has been very vitriolic. For example, Amuse right here. I'm so over Ukraine. They're milking their war just a little too much.
What? Yeah.
This isn't the only negative.
I saw that on Twitter. Like, this is such a take that can only be given by someone who's like from the other side of the world, I guess.
Reaction that was put forward about Miss Ukraine in the Miss Universe pageant. I saw another one saying that, oh, this is the cringiest of all the wars in the world, and oh, the cringiest performance and all this other stuff, and they're embarrassing it, and the propaganda is overwhelming. At the Miss Universe pageant for Ukraine. I can't believe it. So, first off, on this specific comment, when your nation state is invaded, your people bombed, dumped in mass graves, and children kidnapped, there's no such thing as milking it too much.
Exactly. Yeah. I actually wonder how they work. I really was wondering how they work. Like, is there a thing you press? Is there a thing you pull? Is there a switch in her sword that she presses and then the wings come out?
There's no such thing as that. There isn't. You can't milk it too much. Like, if this was 50, 60, 70 years from now, and Ukraine was saying, we need reparations from Russia for the millionth time to like, da-da-da, then maybe you can make it, okay, maybe they are milking it too much if it's like 200 years, 300 years in the future, and they're like, we need to take like the seventh, like, we need to take the firstborn child of every Russian man. If that's what's going on, then I understand, right? But the war is still happening.
True.
How do you milk a war too much when it is ongoing?
True.
That doesn't make any sense. It's still happening.
Exactly. Thinking the same thing, like...
It'd be like 1944 during D-Day, and you have reporters saying, look at these people calling on the beaches trying to get to the top. They're milking it too much by covering this. We've been going, what, the World War II has been going on for how long now? What, like 5 years, 4 years? God damn, okay, I know it's the sequel, but we're getting a little antsy here. We're getting a little too concentrated on this. Why not the Third World War? Why not just move over to the trilogy series? Why are we still on the... There's no such thing as milking a war when your nation state is fighting an existential struggle for its survival. There's no such thing as that. That's the first thing.
Yeah? Interesting.
I want to say. The second thing I want to say is that why is everyone concentrated specifically on this outfit? Because if you were to
Because Ukraine is being talked about, that's why. Like, people are just really fixated on, like, I guess, how do you say, my gosh, really scrutinizing Ukraine right now. I don't know why. I mean, I know why, but it makes no sense. Nonetheless.
get all of the
Could have. She also took her hand up. That also might have been it.
Miss Universe outfits, they all
Darn.
out there,
Yeah.
over the top and crazy. Look at this.
What? Wow. That is pretty cool, though. That is pretty cool, okay? You gotta admit, that is pretty cool, right? That is pretty elaborate. This is like, those outfits are pretty much straight out of Final Fantasy XIV. This especially, wow. Prompts.
This photo, a photo of this on your Twitter feed, a photo of this on your Tumblr feed. I don't know if do people still use Tumblr? Photo of this on your what is it? MySpace feed, whatever feed you use.
MySpace? Is that a thing? Still?
Have you seen this? I haven't seen it. I had to go out and look for it.
But it is pretty cool.
This seems a lot more elaborate than the Ukrainian outfit, doesn't it? Seems a lot more gaudy, even, than the Ukrainian outfit, doesn't it? And it's not just that.
Yeah, the Ukrainian one is pretty... Oh my gosh. Lion! Oh, that's funny. That's pretty cute. But the Ukrainian one is pretty subdued, to be honest.
Like, look at it. This one's just... They're just a lion. This is just a furry. They can say it's not a furry, but this is just a furry. Can you believe that the internet is more quick to criticize Ukraine for just participating in Miss Universe, right? Not like going over the top and saying everyone here must donate blood, but like they could be criticizing a furry instead, but they've chosen Ukraine over a furry. That shows how out of control this anti-Ukrainian hate has gotten. If they're gonna choose criticizing Ukraine over criticizing...
True, agreed.
Not the only one. Like, if you keep going through this list, it's just this time and time again. Here's another one. Boom. This is pretty elaborate, isn't it? Feels like all of these should have gotten some attention. They're just Bitcoin. This is not...
Oh my gosh. Okay.
This is not even like a cut. That's just a Bitcoin. El Salvador had their representative on Miss Universe just dress up as Bitcoin, and that's getting less critique than Ukraine dressing up one of their people as an archangel during a war. Ukraine has got more criticism and coverage of this that's from a critical angle of them saying, hey, our Miss Universe person will dress up that's our capital city, an archangel. The Archangel Michael from the Bible. And, you know, we're fighting for freedom. That's getting more criticism.
Warrior of Light, okay? Warrior of Light sounds much better than Archangel Michael. It's Warrior of Light, Giggler, come on.
Then El Salvador dressing up this poor woman. Oh, God, this poor fucking woman as Bitcoin. And having her big moment in front of the whole world be dressed up as a cryptocurrency. You work your whole career to get to this point at the Miss Universe conference. Your whole career. Who knows how many meals she skipped? How many times she's had to say to her friends, no, I cannot come out and get dinner with you.
True.
I need to work for Miss Universe pageant. How many workouts she's done. How long she's practiced. How much she's possibly studied. How much she had to play like the insider working like kind of like politics of the beauty world, of beauty pageants and the modeling industry for years.
The modeling industry is actually really horrible. I had a crowd with it too, not that it represents Bitcoin.
Possibly decades. And then her big moment and she gets dressed up as a Bitcoin.
True.
By the way, like, can we look? What about Bitcoin value right now? Let's go for the 1 month. Oh Jesus! Oh my God! So over the last year, it's lost over 50% of its value. So gotta say that I do not think that. Look, all I'm gonna say about this outfit is that she needs to get her use out of it now, because in 1 year it's gonna be worth half of what it's worth right now.
Oh my gosh!
But my point is, if you go through this list, and it really is, I would actually, you know, I'm not really.
That's pretty cool.
But if you're into that stuff, this stuff seems pretty interesting. This looks pretty. I like this.
Yeah, that's pretty
look
cool.
at that. Right? Bunch of pretty cool outfits. Point is, right? So for whatever reason, Ukraine's getting more criticism than that.
Yeah.
And it's coming from people that before this war, like, they didn't even care about Ukraine at all. But now, if like Ukraine literally is anywhere, just representing itself on the international stage, it's gonna be, I'm so sick of Ukraine. I'm so sick of Ukraine and them fighting to defend themselves. And it's always the same people that would also dream up fantasies of them taking a gun and like defending their home against like a tyrannical government in like a civil war.
Oh my God.
The same people are going to be most critical
Oh my
of
God.
Ukraine defending itself after getting invaded by a foreign country.
True.
Those are the same people who are going to be angry because Kiev had itself represented at the mission.
Kiev or isn't? Oh my! I have to check. Kiev. Wiki. Kiev. Kiev is like the Russian one, right? Kyiv or Kiev. Kiev is like the Russian. I think he actually once said that he's just super used to this pronunciation.
Universe pageant. And I know like some of you guys like, Dylan, are you being a little like, you're exaggerating?
I'm probably usually gonna say Kyiv. So I guess that's my sort of...
When it comes to this hatred. No, look at this. Look at this. I hope Miss Russia punches her in the gut.
What? Elian, who's that douchebag?
Elias Sapita? I don't know how to say it.
Who even is this?
But
the issue here is that they only understand world issues through social media. True.
This is absurd. This is insane. First off, she has a sword.
True.
Miss Russia.
Also, she's a warrior of light, so she's protected by the mother crystal. And that's basically her paladin job, but she can change to like a samurai and destroy you. So they agree how social media might represent issues they don't want to see. True.
Russia doesn't have a sword. If Miss Russia comes up and tries to
I still pronounce Kiev too often. I actually just say Kyiv always. I'm gonna be honest, I say Kyiv. You know? I don't think it's unfair to say Kyiv.
Punch Miss Ukraine in the face. The next time Miss Universe Ukraine
Kyiv is closer to Kyiv than Kiev, okay?
goes out on stage, it's gonna be with the like that the covered in blood. It's not gonna be good. And I'm not even saying this like oh Dylan, that's a horrific description. She just has a sword. You don't pick a fight with someone with a sword, right? Like right now it's like, hey Dylan.
Just like I don't say usually Lviv, I say Lvov, you know?
And like, do any of you guys in chat think you could take me in a fight right now? Possibly. I don't know. Some of you guys might be like 6'5",
I could not
6'6".
take you.
Who knows? I mean, I took boxing in high school, but you know, it's been a very long time. I've gained some weight. You know, I'm actually dealing with gout these days. Who knows if I'd win a fight? You have no clue. I sure would now. I don't care who you are. Would win the fight now. General point. All jokes aside, all kidding aside.
Is that a real axe?
It really feels like in the West, we've seen the most anti-Ukrainian.
Was that a real axe?
Just hatred, and honestly, sometimes just straight up bigotry.
True.
Than we have like ever. And I guess
Why?
that comes with the level of prominence that Ukraine has.
Yeah, but that's good. Now it's time for Ukraine to win, you know? Yeah, it has prominence. Sure, but it's not undeserved prominence, right?
Like Westerners using like Russian slurs for Ukrainians, like kohol, like.
Yeah, my body is true.
Why would you even know that word, unless you're literally going to Russian government sources or Russian, like pro-Russia sources, and just like listening to it straight from the tab? You shouldn't even know the slur, unless you peripherate yourself in those circles.
Wait, what slur? Sorry, what slur?
Slur, unless you're literally going to Russian government sources, comes with the level of prominence that Ukraine has. But it's gotten to the point where I'm seeing like Ukraine
presents itself as a battle angel, as a warrior of light. Warrior of light sounds better, although battle angel sounds like battle angel Alita.
Westerners using like Russian slurs for Ukrainians, like kohol, like.
Oh.
Why would you even know that word, unless you're literally going to Russian government sources?
Yeah, I have to look it up. I look it up off screen. I will do looking. Obraźliwa nazwa. I'm gonna quickly read a Polish article about it, okay? About the term kohol that Dylan has just mentioned. Po przeprowadzeniu analizy semantycznej korzenie tureckie. Okay, so I guess the etymology is Turkish of this slur against Ukrainian people. Turkish ha is the son of the translation hal, which means heaven. The son of heaven. So basically, kohol, the slur for Ukrainian people, its etymology is son of heaven. So on first glance, it does not seem to be offensive, which is what the article says. All anecdotes in which alcohol is mentioned talk about godlike beings that do not feel like godlike beings. Okay, it's used as a pejorative, okay? But there's another meaning to this word. Zaporozhian Cossacks from the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Kochl, the haircut of the Cossacks. Okay. Okay. There's a whole article that explains the history that the Kohols are actually separate from Ukrainians. Yeah. Yeah. So there's we might talk about this article later, but there's this whole article that explains the history, how it maybe started with the Zaporozhian Cossacks during the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. It's a whole thing, right.
Or Russian, like pro-Russia sources, and just like listening to it straight from the tab. You shouldn't even know the slur, unless you peripherate yourself in those circles.
I mean, you might know the slur if you're a real big history nerd and if you've heard the term sort of come up, right?
Or you constantly watch Russian propaganda like I do, because I torture myself for my channel. Welcome. This is just like transforming into just bigotry against Ukrainians. This is an apathy towards the war. This right here is just bigotry towards Ukrainians.
True.
And we need to call it out more, because honestly, it's getting a little out.
And this is actually why I'm making this. This is literally why I wanted to do this segment, because I saw this. Like, I saw on Twitter the whole thing about Miss Universe. I felt really strange about the whole blowback that I saw. And I thought that the whole framing as the Warrior of Light, which ironically enough, in Final Fantasy XIV, you spend a big portion of the game as the Warrior of Light, fighting an oppressive empire that is hugely based on Russia at the end of the day, especially in the last expansion. Like, you can see there's a lot of Russian-based food that you get when you actually go to the empire. There are a lot of Russian themes, so you fight as the Warrior of Light against this oppressive Russian-like empire, which crumbles in the last expansion, but that's another thing. And I thought that was pretty cute, that the representative from Ukraine did this whole Warrior of Light theme. And I saw the blowback, I thought that was weird. I saw that Dylan made a video about it, and I thought we might as well listen to what Dylan has to say and pitch in a bit, right?
Control. We hear all the time about Russophobia. What about this? Anyway, that's enough of that. God, dude, she dressed up a fucking Bitcoin. Can we actually, like, Miss Universe Bitcoin? Can we actually, like, pull it up? Can we, like, see it? Can we, like, see Miss Universe Bitcoin?
Was there Poland, actually? Was there a Miss Universe? Was this year, right? With Miss Universe Poland? Was there a Miss Universe Poland? What was Poland's thing? What is the Polish outfit? I think this is the wrong Miss Universe. Let's see what Poland was. Are there any? Let me see. Is this by countries? See, Warrior of Light, not Archangel. There we go. Was there Poland in here? There is, guess no Poland. Poland is banned. Poland is banned for being far right, I guess. Which is my headcanon.
Here it is. Dude, I feel so bad for her. Oh my god.
This look represents
A curd
El
is a
Salvador's
curd.
history of currency.
Flemmy has donated $5. I remember when you first showed that axe and the Russian scalps you collected.
I guess it's just currency. Technically speaking, isn't just Bitcoin, because this is a Bitcoin, but behind her is just currency, I guess.
I have a call. Thank you for $5.
Long time, cocoa was used, and then the colon, until it was replaced by the US dollar. In 2021, El Salvador became the first country in the world to use Bitcoin as legal tender. You don't need a sash to walk around dressed as cash like El Salvador.
Oh my god.
True.
I can't anymore. See,
Hello,
I know a lot of
Emmanuel.
you guys were like, oh, I hate Operation Iraqi Freedom. This proves that regime change wars are needed. Right here. Just saying. Saying. Kidding, of course.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice one. You're cancelled by me.
Looks like a school project, kinda, a bit. It looks like one of those things where like everybody has to dress up as a state, you know, for the union. You know, like let's see if I can find a
State of currency.
Lisa Simpson, Florida. This is what it reminds me. This is what it reminds me of. This, yeah, right here. Yeah, this. She didn't even spell Florida right. Oh, she's got an orange tape to her. Fucking love her, at least. Okay, that's enough of that.
Alright, we've done it. And I have to remind you of El Salvador was hit early by the crypto cash. Crypto cash. Okay. So there we go, we have done it. We have done the meme. What do you think? Today's 3 hours is about right. How are we feeling? Let's do a Viberino checo. I think we might end it for today, you know? We might end it for today because we have to prepare. I have some things to do. I don't think every stream needs to be 10 hours. Yesterday was really long. So I guess I will see you all tomorrow. I will make an announcement still today about the upcoming free streams that will be research based. We're gonna be researching the claim that puberty blockers and stuff and hormones are totally experimental and new. We're gonna be looking into that claim. Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for being here. And it's still not good night. It's actually just 8:35 p.m. But I still need I still have a lot to do. Why, thank you. Why, thank you very, very much. The game is actually going along really well. So I'm really happy with what we are able to achieve here. Okay, thank you very much for coming. We're finishing for now. I'm gonna click finish stream. I'm gonna make announcements, and I hope we have fun on our next, a lot more serious stream about researching trans issues. Thank you and goodbye.